أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا وأخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Now I would like to invite Misbah Iftikhar for Naate Rasool Maqbool sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
जहाँ रोज़ाए पाक खैरुल वरा है, जहाँ रोज़ाए पाक खैरुल वरा है, वो जन्नत नहीं है तो फिर और क्या है। कहाँ में कहाँ ये मदीने की गलियाँ, कहाँ में कहाँ ये मदीने की गलियाँ, ये किस्मत नहीं है तो फिर और क्या है। मोहम्मद की अज़मत को क्या पूछते हो कि वो साहिबे काबा को सैन ठहरे। मोहम्मद की अज़मत को क्या क्या पूछते हो कि वो साहिबे काबा को सैन ठहरे बशर की सरे अर्श मेहमान नवाजी बशर की सरे अर्श मेहमान नवाजी ये अजमत नहीं है तो
all dear students and the faculty members and the honorable chief guests and the teachers. This is a best platform to all of you to participate and communicate and convey your point of view regarding the topics. And the topic for today's speech will be learning for lasting peace. Before going to take your much time, I just want to share the parameters that from which areas you have to focus and you will be assessed. The main thing is that your subject matter, it means that your content, that how beautifully you communicate your content, that is the first point, and then your presentation, because I personally believe that all of you have your individualities and how you put yourself in front of us, that is very important. And then your pronunciation, that matters a lot because it's an English speech. And then the impact of the audience, it means that either you are properly indulged into that speech, either you gain our interest or not, that is also very important. And the time which will be given to you, that will be the 4 to 5 minutes. So it's up to you, the stage is yours. Thank you so much and have a good luck. Thank you.
I would like to call on stage Director Research and Academic, Mr. Mirza Ali, to welcome the audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very respected teachers, honorable judges, dear students, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. You are all aware, most of the students, they usually come to such events for contests, that FBISE, apart from its main responsibility of conducting exams at SSC and HSSC levels, also pays attention to the panoramic development of the aspects of personality of students. Today, this function, it is in the context of celebrating International Education Day, and we are here for the purpose. In fact, it falls. I would like to welcome Chairman Federal Board, Kaisar Alam Sahab, sir, please. Sir, welcome to the function. So as I was discussing, the theme for this year is learning for peace, and in fact, learning for lasting peace. And as is evident from the very title of the speech, today we expect very different views of students on the main topic and the subtopics related to the very title of the speech. As we always say here, and we believe in it, that it is basically the participation which is important. Winning or losing, it is something secondary. So all the students who are here from our side, you are all winners. At the very outset, I would like all of you to clap for yourselves. So once again, thank you very much for coming. And I think it's time to start the event. Thank you very much and enjoy the function.
Thank you so much, sir. I welcome the Chairman of Federal Board Intermediate and Secondary Education, Kaisar Alam. Now I see all the participants are ready to come on the stage and share their views about the given title. I would like to call Aisha Arshad to share her thoughts. Aisha Arshad. Is she absent?
एंट्री वहाँ हो रही है स्टूडेंट्स की बाहर जी सर के पास आप चले बाहर दिलवा लगाइए जी जी हो गया
In the tapestry of life, let every thread be woven with the wisdom of learning, creating a masterpiece of lasting peace. Respected President, honorable judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you celebrating the International Day of Education, the most significant topic of the time, that is learning for lasting peace. Going through the phases of evolution, mankind has stepped into an era where the individual differences and social distance has been diminished, culminating the world into a global village. We have never been closer to people of different faiths, cultures, races, and ethnicities as we are today, and the need to build a world together on the foundation of peace, harmony, and tolerance is the extreme demand of the time. Unless we want the world to be destroyed in ashes in the hands of weapons of mass destruction, as Emily Dickinson said, and I quote, "As a world spins in turmoil, the requirement of peace becomes a compass that guides us towards stability," unquote. Dear audience, let's begin by acknowledging that our world is diverse, comprising individuals of varied faiths, cultures, and backgrounds. In this mosaic of humanity, fostering interfaith harmony becomes not only just a goal, but a necessity, and it can only be achieved through education. It is through education that we can dispel stereotypes, break down prejudices, and build bridges of understanding. As Emily Dickinson said, and I quote, "In the whole world spins, as the world spins in turmoil,
The next participant I would like to invite is Muhammad Hashir.
In the name of Allah, who is the most beneficent and merciful. Dear Chairman, respected judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. The 6th International Day of Education is celebrated on 24 January each year, but this year it will be celebrated under the magnificent and enlightening theme, Learning for Lasting Peace. This manifesto undoubtedly highlights the immediate need of stability and harmony across the globe. This Global Day is an awakening, an incentive, a stimulus that proclaims that education is a fundamental human right. It is indeed an invaluable asset for every individual. The first and the foremost aim to celebrate this remarkable day is to highlight the significance of education in fostering peace that would highlight the human rights across the world. This remarkable day encourages and highlights the global harmony through our youth, who are the custodians of our future. Through the prism of Nelson Mandela, a former president of South Africa, education is the most powerful tool you can use to change the world. It is a tool to change one's life. The main vital aspect of education is the dissemination of knowledge in a systematic way. Dear President and dear judges, the 6th International Day of Education is a vibrant opportunity to uplift students and to equip learners with necessary knowledge, values, skills, attitude, and behavior to become an ambassador of peace in the society. Dear Chairman, we live in the world. We live in a digital world where trends are evolving the changing spectrum of values. The world where we encounter myriads of challenges, including hate speech culture, laxity of morals, alarming surge of discrimination, and racism. All these problems endorse the need for perennial peace in the society, whereas education holds the remarkable place in restoring peace and social harmony in every society. Our national hero, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, has rightly pointed out that without education, it's complete darkness, and with education, it is light. Similarly, another renowned philosopher, John Dewey, highlighted in his own peculiar style that education is in the preparation for life. Education itself is life. Therefore, it is the duty incumbent on government of every country to spread education in every nook and corner of the country. Let the light of education steer out everyone from the dungeons of all the conflicts, and let all humans to contribute in the significant edifice of world peace and social harmony. Dear President, the 6th International Day of Education recognizes as the role of education in world. This remarkable day encourages collaboration among nations, educators, and stakeholders to provide education and to ensure quality education within the reach of all, irrespective of gender, social economic background, or geographical location. Let us celebrate this day with a renewed spirit of commitment to enlighten young minds. Let us pledge for a brighter tomorrow through the light of education. In the end, I would like to thank Federal Board for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas on importance of education. I thank you all.
Now I would like to call Warda Batul to share her views.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the captivating narrative of learning for lasting peace, where the drama unfolds not on the stage, but in classrooms, communities, and in the hearts of those who dare dream of a harmonious world. To To say learning is a superpower would be an understatement, because learning is that magic key that unlocks the doors to different cultures, stories, and ideas. It's like joining a club called Global Citizenship, where caring and building a strong foundation for a peaceful life are the basic lessons. As Benjamin Franklin said, and I quote, "Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, and I remember. Involve me, and I learn." In the bustling tapestry of everyday life, imagine a classroom pulsating with the vibrant energy of students from every conceivable part of the world. Their desks are not just seats, but bridges where young minds converge and dreams are born. But education and learning aren't at all bound between the walls of institutions or within the answers in exam sheets. It's not a slogan to be preached, but a lifestyle to be adopted. In the big picture of how we all live together, getting along with different faiths is like weaving a colorful blanket that keeps us warm. Getting along with each other. Can I continue? Should I stop? In the big picture of how we all live together, getting along with different faiths is like weaving a colorful blanket that keeps us warm. When troubles come knocking, finding solutions is like a guide that guides us back to the righteous path where understanding washes away the struggles. And in our song of teamwork, treating everyone equally, no matter man or woman, makes the music of fairness just as loud. Compress all that in a bubble with the world of tolerance and peace, and we shall have what we can call unity. As Albert Einstein said, and I quote, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." Education is important, but learning to make peace within ourselves is the actual source of life. I do see people disagreeing with that, but let me ask you this. Can you live without peace? In a world where every breath is dreaded and every action goes against the laws of nature, can you live in such a world? Some are living in such a world where small disagreements turn into hate, and it doesn't stop there. Those disagreements gave way to riots and violence, opening doors for large-scale destruction of peace. Isn't that what happened in World War I, where the assassination of an archduke causes diplomatic disputes and nearly 15 million lives are lost? What about the Korean War, where the separation of two lands caused the payment of 3 million lives? The Iraq War, the Bosnian War, the Falkland War, and many more that my tongue gives up on me. Will we let this destruction of peace and mankind continue? No. No, we can't, and that is not what we are supposed to do. The task assigned to mankind is to make this world a better place with wisdom, harmony, and by following the rules devised for him by nature. The bloodshed and broken generations are not what we are supposed to leave behind as a proof of our lives, but only unity and love. As said in the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, and I quote, "If the enemy is inclined towards peace, make peace with them." Make peace with them as we should. Humans cannot live independently of one another. And if we can't do that, why not work to make ourselves better? To turn our society into a safe realm and enrich human relations with the fact that peace is not an option, but a need. That learning isn't a burden, but a responsibility. I'll leave you with the words of Jiddu Krishnamurti. There is no end to education. It's not that you read a book, pass an examination, and finish with education. The whole of life, from the moment you are born to the moment you die, is a process of learning. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Ishba Khan to deliver the speech.
You and I have got the same eyes, but we see differently. You and I have got the same minds, but we think differently. You and I have got the same tongues, but I speak different than you. This difference between you and me is the difference of education. Honorable President, respected jury members, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. I, Ishba Khan, take pride to stand before you today to talk about a topic that is not only close to my heart, but crucial to the future of our world. Learning for lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, 1400 years ago, a man sits in a cave in seclusion and meditation. An angel visits, delivers to him the message of the highest authority. The first words of the message are, Ikra bismi rabbika allazi khalaq. Read in the name of your Lord who created you. My dear audience, war has been a recurring feature throughout history, causing immeasurable loss of life and resources, leaving the societies in ruins. This warmongering has become a trend in today's world, leaving the societies in ultimate loss. Multiple examples of such scenarios can be seen in the Ukraine-Russian war, the Syrian conflict, Israel atrocities presently, and how can I forget our Indian-held Kashmir? In this regard, Gandhi said, and I quote, "An eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind," unquote. My dear audience, our lives today are plagued with violence. Sadly, from the individual to the international level, violence is rampant in the form of torture, bombings, bullying, workplace assaults, ethnic cleansing, and terrorist attacks. Prestigious attendees, the other side of the picture shows a world in which communities have managed to uphold for a considerable amount of time. Such are nations like Iceland, New Zealand, Austria, and Portugal. Scandinavian countries portray a good example of countries that ensure peace in this militarized world. Albert Einstein said, and I quote, "Peace cannot be achieved by force. It can only be achieved by understanding," unquote. Pakistan has always been a harbinger of peace. No war does not mean that we do not have a reason to fight war. It only means that we give importance to peace, which is the ultimate product of learning. Learning lasts in peace by making efforts involving diplomacy, conflict resolutions, international cooperations, and peaceful negotiations. It is rightly said by Nano Nago, "Let's believe in peace and work as one, in a world where weapons can be undone. For peace is no illusion but a noble goal, a beacon of hope to soothe the soul." I thank you all for patient listening.
Now I would like to call Alize Ishwaq. Esteemed President, distinguished Chief Guest and honored guest, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Alize Ishfaq and I am from Fauji Foundation School, Adyala Road Campus, Rawalpindi. I am privileged to stand before you and address this distinguished audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving towards our topic, which is learning for lasting peace, I would like to bring your notice towards this ayat-e karima. Ikra bismi rabbika allazi khalaq. Read in the name of Lord who created. It was the first ayat of Quran Hakim which emphasized the importance of learning. Today, topic of my speech is learning for lasting peace. Let us reflect on the profound effect that learning has on fostering lasting peace. Education is not merely the acquisition of nation. It is a powerful catalyst for understanding, tolerance, and unity. In a world often marked by division and strife, education serves as a bridge that connects people from diverse backgrounds. It teaches us to appreciate our differences and to guide us to recognize our shared humanity. By investing in education, we invest in a future where ignorance yields into enlightenment and acceptance. Mr. President, it is the same peace which was needed when Pakistan was formed. It is the same peace which was needed when Kashmir was occupied. It is the same peace which was needed when Army Public School was attacked. And it is the same peace which is still needed in Palestine. Respected audience, as we gather on this auspicious occasion of International Education Day, let us reflect onto the context of the education system in the Pakistan and the visionary ideals set forth by Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Pakistan, with its rich history and diverse population, recognizes the pivotal role that education plays in shaping the destiny of a nation. Quaid-e-Azam once remarked, "Education is a matter of life for our nation. The world is progressing so fast that if you will not excel yourselves in the field of education, you will not only be left behind in the field of life, but will be finished up." In the spirit of Qaid's vision for a new Islamic state, education in Pakistan should not only impart knowledge, it should also highlight the main points of Islam. The main points of Islam make the unity. Quaid-e-Azam emphasized the importance of equality, stating, "You are free. You are free to go to your temples. You are free to go to your mosque or any other places of worship in this state of Pakistan. You may belong to any religion, caste, or creed. That has nothing to do with the business of this state." Let us be guided by the words of Allama Muhammad Iqbal, the poet of the East, an inspiration for the future of Pakistan, who envisioned a society where education empowers individuals to think critically and contribute meaningfully to the world. Mr. President, my heart weeps upon the fall of Damascus. My heart weeps upon the fall of Nagasaki. My heart weeps upon the fall of Hiroshima. Mr. President, my heart is bleeding for Palestine and my heart is bleeding for Kashmir. How this peace can be developed in Pakistan? Absolutely designing the Pakistan education system with a focus on fostering lasting peace aligned with the principles of Islam is a noble endeavor. Education should serve as a beacon of light, guiding the new generation to become ambassadors of peace, not only nationally, but also internationally. In crafting such an educational framework, emphasis should be placed on promoting the teachings of Islam, where Assalamu Alaikum is not merely a term, but a way of life incorporating teachings that promote compassion, tolerance, and unity. And understanding will instill a deep sense of responsibility towards building a peaceful society. As we shape the education system of Pakistan, let us remember the words of Prophet, peace be upon him. The strong is not the one who overcomes the people by his strength, but the strong is the one who controls himself while in anger. In the end, I would like to say that an education system aligned with all these principles can aspire to nurture a generation that embodies the essence of Islam, a religion that promotes compassion, unity, humanity, and love. Thank you so much for your patience. The next participant is Ariz.
Wait a minute. And Azim Jamil, please come closer to the stage.
education and peace, hand in hand. Together, they make a better land. Education is the key to peace. It makes our ignorance cease. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow citizens, in the shared journey of human existence, where history, culture, and diversity interlace, there exists a profound wish, an innate desire for lasting peace. As we gather here for an auspicious occasion of International Education Day, I stand before you not merely as a speaker, but as a passionate advocate for a cause that transcends borders and generation, the cause of learning for lasting peace. As Hazrat Umar bin Khattab radiyallahu anhu said, and I quote, "Acquire knowledge and learn dignity and tranquility." Mr. President, education, beyond being a mere key, emerges as a liberator, breaking the chains of ignorance. It propels us forward. Envision the shackles snapping, setting minds free. Let us gaze beyond borders and witness the transformative power of education in lands affected by conflicts. In the region of strife, education is not merely a guiding light. It's a roaring flame, forging communities toward reconciliation, unity, and oneness. Mr. President, empowerment, the hearts of our effort, takes its birth from knowledge. Picture minds fortified against extremist ideologies. My voice rising like a shield against the manipulation of ignorance, and a sword cutting through the fog of misunderstanding. Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Our journey through cultural landscapes demands intensity, each step resonating with the richness of diverse traditions. Sense the passion in my voice, a compass leading us to the roots of culture, fostering tolerance and respect, building a symphony of understanding in the middle of discord. The world's greatest scientist, Albert Einstein, said, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." Now, embedded in the educational mosaic is a golden thread of conflict resolution skills. Visualize as my voice ascends. Students are just memorizing dates and formulas, but graduating with the abilities to analyze the intricacies of disagreement. It's Listen closely, for your role is pivotal. Here my voice rises, a call to action, urging policy not to be bureaucratic, but a living instrument resonating with the aspiration of peace. Feel the intensity in my words, a curriculum emphasizing the peaceful education, and a compass guiding our collective educational endeavors. As I conclude, let us collectively reflect on the urgencies of our time. Sense the call to action echoing through gathering that must lead to lasting peace. As I conclude my speech with some lines of poetry and the quiet hum of wisdom's embrace, our journey unfolds, leaving a tranquil trail. May the seeds we've sown in this sacred space blossom into the world where peace finds its place. Thank you, and may the spirit of peace and knowledge guide our path.
The next participant is Asim Jamil. And Abdul Rahman, please queue up in front of the stage for your turn.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the world where wisdom rivers flow, education blooms a tranquil glow. For lasting peace, its seeds we sow. In knowledge garden, harmony we stow. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow citizens, in the shared journey of human existence, where history, culture, and diversity interlace, there exists a profound wish and innate desire for lasting peace. As we gather on this auspicious occasion of International Education Day, I stand before you not merely as a speaker, but as a passionate advocate for the cause that transcends borders and generation, the cause of learning for lasting peace. Hazrat Umar bin Khattab Radhiyallahu anhu said, and I quote, "Acquire knowledge, learn dignity and tranquility." Mr. President, education beyond being a mere key, emerges as the liberator breaking the chain of ignorance. It propels us forwards in million shackles snapping, setting mind free. Let us gaze beyond the borders and witness the transformative power of education in the land affected by the conflict, in the region of strife, where education is not merely a guiding light, but like a roaring flame, forging community toward reconciliation, oneness, and unity. And then, Mr. President, empowerment the hearts of our own effort. Picture mind fortified against extremist ideology. My voice rises like a shield against the manipulation of ignorance. My voice rises like a sword, cutting through the fog of misunderstanding. Our journey to cultural landscape demand intensity, Mr. President. It demands intensity. Each step resonating with the richness of diverse tradition. Sense the passion in my voice, a compass, guiding us to the root of culture, fostering tolerance and respect, and building the symphony of understanding in the middle of discord. Albert Einstein said, and I quote, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." Now, embedded in the educational mosaic is the golden thread of conflict resolution skill. Visualize as my voice ascends today, not just memorizing dates and formulas, but a graduating abilities to analyze the intricacies of disagreements. It is a turning point, a crescendo, building toward unity. Ladies and gentlemen, in the pursuit of peace, the charge intensifies. A rallying call for inclusive education. Picture, if you will, the hall of learning open to all. Here my voice rises with the fervent justice, a cornerstone upon which the peaceful society is built. The youth, the torch bearer into the future, who stand at the forefront, my voice railing, empowering them with the tool of education, the forging leaders who shape the destiny of a nation. It is not ideal, it is a pragmatic realization, surging from pragmatic mind. Today, 250 million children and youth are out of schools, and 763 million adults are illiterate. The right of education is being violated, Mr. President. The right of education is being violated. And that is not acceptable, Mr. President, and that is not acceptable. Now, governments and policy makers, listen to me closely, for your role is pivotal. My voice rises a call to action, urging policies not to bureaucratic documents, but living in aspiration. Envision yourself as the advocate of change. Advocate for inclusive education. Stewards of future, where education is not a power, but a beacon of light. like a compass guiding people to the right path. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
The next participant I would like to invite is Abdul Rahman. And Komal Sabeen, please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Under the moon's serene embrace, a vow, learning for lasting peace, where dreams endow. No ripples disrupt the water, where peace and harmony flows. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Learning for lasting peace. When I say the phrase aloud, it strengthens my belief that peace and education go hand in hand. There's no education without peace and no peace without education. The threads of education are interwoven with the fabrics of peace. As Nelson Mandela said, education is the strongest weapon that you can use to change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather on this World Education Day, I wish to delve deep into the meaning of learning for lasting peace. What exactly does the phrase signify? It highlights an education that goes beyond rote memorization, that goes beyond academic achievements. It highlights an education that equips individuals with the tools to navigate differences peacefully, which equips individuals with the know-how of how to resolve conflicts with discussions rather than confrontations. Ladies and gentlemen, there are certain things that are important if you are to achieve lasting peace. Imagine a world where the beauty of diversity is celebrated, where understanding the religious belief of others is not just a mere choice, but it is a necessity. Interfaith harmony is the basis for lasting peace. The second thing, the resolution of conflicts peacefully. Ladies and gentlemen, conflicts are any shadow that looms over a peaceful society that can only be dispelled by the lights of education. History is filled with examples that are screaming that if you want to achieve success, learning for lasting peace is the only option. Consider Japan and Germany, destroyed and deteriorated after the Second World War, but today one of the soundest economies of the world. You know how? Learning for lasting peace. These nations took a vow never to meddle in wars again, and they are the strongest nations of the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, set this aside. Consider the conquest of Makkah, when Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, scrutinized, brutalized by his own people in his own homeland, returns as the conqueror of the city. What do you expect me to do? We expect you to behave kindly because you are the kind son of a kind father. Go, you are free. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the importance of peace in an Islamic society. It exemplifies that if you are to achieve success, then you must have lasting peace. When Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, forgave these people, he not only broke the wheel of retribution, but also laid the foundation of a peaceful society where former adversaries coexisted harmoniously. Ladies and gentlemen, this exemplifies the importance of tolerance in lasting peace. And the last most important point, if you are to achieve lasting peace, is gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, how can you expect to achieve lasting peace if half of your population is shunted to a side, with their rights deprived, with no rights given to them? No, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot achieve lasting peace if you don't first have gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is the basis that suggests that a sustainable peace is possible. Countries that have higher rates of gender equality have lower rates of conflict, have lower rates of violence. This is because these countries realize that if they want to achieve lasting peace, then gender equality is the basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to come to the conclusion of my speech. In the end, I implore all of you to listen to the heartbeat of this discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, let the stories shared resonate within the heart, for they are not just mere narratives, but the calls towards action. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to build a society where peace prospers, and it is only possible through education. I would like to end with a quote of Rumi. Raise your words, not your voice. It is the rain that grows the flower, not the thunder. Thank you so much.
I would like to call Komal Sabeen to share her views. And Adiba Suhail, please come closer to the stage. Education's flame ignites the darkest night. In learning's glow, shadows take their flight. May education, knowledge, and peace conspire to set ablaze the fire within us all entire. Mr. President, dear audience, let me take you through the annals of history, the golden history of Islam. Let me take you to the battle of Badr, the battle where Prophet Muhammad ﷺ emerged, not just as a warrior, but as an educator, wielding the sword of knowledge and the shield of peace. The battle where he the shuttles and harmonized the discord of war into a melody of peace. The battle where he gave prisoners a choice, either to teach 10 Muslims how to read and write, or to pay their ransom. It was on that day, and on that land of Badr, that the rhythm of education echoed louder than the clash of swords, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, we belong to Islam, the religion that states its very first verse. Read in the name of thy Lord who created. This is our Islam, ladies and gentlemen, which emphasizes and promotes education in its very first verse. We belong to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, who is the leader, the teacher, the educator, and the peacemaker. But Mr. President, in a world filled with violence, in a world where thousands of people are shot every single day, in a world fed up with poverty and terrorism, oh sweet peace, where do you dwell? I humbly crave. Let me know once. I sought you in a secret cave and asked if peace were there. A hollow wind did seem to answer, now go seek elsewhere. Oh, sweet peace, where do you dwell? Are you lost somewhere in the conflicts of the world? Did the world destroy you? Did we destroy you? Mr. President, those who claim to be the peacemakers and the peacekeepers and the hatred, like a wildfire, like a wildfire consuming the lushness of unity, like a ocean's wind devouring the fruits of education. Mr. President, history whispers through the wind that Palestine stands on a canvas marked with blood, struggle, resilience, and hardships of the innocent Palestinian people. The walls in the classrooms of Palestine witness the blood. They bear witness the echoes of the strikes and the screams and the cries, Mr. President. So I question, until when, Mr. President, until when? Until when the genocide will be denied? Why every single school and every single hospital in Palestine have been shuttered and bombed? I question, where is the peace? Where is the equality? Where is the humanity? Where is the education, Mr. President? Where is the education? Dear audience, imagine a world where classrooms are not just rooms for academic instructions, but the crucibles of understanding. A world where every single child has opportunity to learn. A world which resolves conflicts. A world where young lives bloom, where minds are enlightened and and hearts are open. A world where education is not just bound to the textbooks and classrooms. Imagine a world where pens become weapons and books become shields, not of destruction, but enlightenment. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us be the architect of a future where lessons of peace resonates in the mind and heart of every single student. Let us embrace this journey. Let us learn and let us grow. Let us lead the way to a world where peace and love will forever stay. A world where learning leads to a brighter day. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a very nice day.
Please, a big round of applause for our competitors to appreciate them. Now I would like to call Adiba Sohail to deliver the speech, and Iman Fatma, please come closer to the stage.
We realize the importance of light when we see the darkness. We realize the importance of our voice when we are silenced. In the same way, we realize the importance of education when we see the culture of violence. Honorable judges and dear fellow seekers, Assalamu alaikum. Myself, Adiba Sohail from FBISE College, Noor Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, when I sat down to pen down the speech, I found myself walking beside the ruins, my eyes witnessing violence, brutality, dozens of corpses, conflict simmers, tension flares, and headlines scream discord. But in this symphony of existence, there is a melody that resonates with the aspirations of heart. A melody that has power to bridge the deepest divides, the melody of learning for lasting peace. Dear fellows, learning is not just the acquisition of knowledge, but the cultivation of empathy, understanding, and respect for diversity which knocks down the walls of ignorance that separates us. I agree with Nelson Mandela when he said that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. These words echoed the sentiment that education has a potential to bring about a profound transformation. Mr. President, when I'm here standing before you, talking about learning for lasting peace, how could I forget Malala Yousafzai, a beacon of courage and resilience, when she quoted that one child, one teacher, one book and one pen can change the world. Yes, Mr. President, yes, she was emphasizing the transformative power of education, but what is it? What is the transformative power of education? How learning is dismantling the forts of violence? How learning is lasting peace? How? Let me elaborate it to you. Education serves as a catalyst, fostering peace, harmony, tolerance, and equality. It cultivates the understanding of different cultures and beliefs and genders, contributing to a more tolerant and harmonious society. Pause for a moment. Let me take you on a journey back in 1948. We're young, innocent children are facing violence, brutality, and are completely traumatized. Time passes. They grew up, they educate themselves, and jump into different professions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now they are grown-up Leonard citizens of Palestine, standing for their rights, calling ceasefire for genocide, standing against cruelty and crying for the humanity. This terrifies the oppressor, and you and we all are witnessing oppressor targeting education institutes so that they can't be empowered, so that they can't be influenced by the power of education for raising the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Dear fellows, instead of weapons that wound, let knowledge be our shield, protecting us from the shadows of intolerance, ignorance, and injustice. Let's break the shackles of inequality, not with rage, but with the persistent, transformative power of education. This is not a distant dream. It is a shared journey that begins in a classroom, pervades through our communities, and blossoms into a nation, where pursuit of knowledge becomes synonymous with the pursuit of enduring peace. with open hearts and broad minds. Let us select education. Let us select education, empowering ourselves to build a nation where peace blossoms. In the whispers of wind, in the songs of stream. In the whispers of wind, in the songs of stream. In the stories of elders, wisdom unseen. In each gentle act, in each soul that discerns the seeds of lasting peace, patiently learn. To bridge the gaps where voices used to burn and build a nation where harmony can yearn. Let us learn. Let us learn. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Iman Fatma and Abdur Rahman, please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Honorable judges, Mr. President, and your audience, I searched for peace in the fields of Punjab. I searched for peace in the mountains of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I searched for peace in the rocks of Balochistan. I searched for peace in the deserts of Sindh, in the beauty of Kashmir, in the sky and in the stars up high. But ladies and gentlemen, peace is not found in the lands of ignorance. Peace is not found in the weapons we wield, nor the wars we fight. Peace lies in the knowledge we gain, in the wisdom we ignite. Your audience, the year was 610 AD. The date, 10th of August, the day, Monday, when our Prophet ﷺ sat in a cave, when an angel visited and delivered to him the message of the highest authority. And the first verse of that message was, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. Read, read in the name of thy Lord who created. Mr. President, the first instruction of Islam was to read. Our religion, the religion of love and peace, of tolerance, compassion, and empathy, urges us to read, to learn, to educate ourselves. But Mr. President, today, the world is witnessing violence, racism, discrimination, hate speech, xenophobia, and conflicts. But Mr. President, do you remember? Do you remember Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King? Do you remember Malala Yousafzai and Syed Ahmed Khan? Those who knew that only education can turn the sweltering heat of injustice and hatred into an oasis of peace and tolerance. Do you remember Nelson Mandela, who said, and I quote, education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world, because knowledge, like a lighthouse beam, guides ships through stormy seas and illuminates dark corners riddled with uncertainties. But Mr. President, today, when I see the so-called educated peacemakers of the world advocating for education, learning, lasting peace, I see nothing but professed hypocrites. I want to ask them, what about education and learning of the Palestinian children? What about the schools and universities you've bombed and destroyed in Gaza? Where is education in Gaza, Yemen, Syria, and Kashmir? Where is learning? Where is peace? Did their education teach them bloodshed, hatred, and genocide? No, Mr. President, no. These are the products of ignorance, lack of understanding, and lack of true learning. Education teaches us nothing but peace. Mr. President, I want to ask the world. I want to ask the world that why is it so easy to make tanks, but so difficult to build schools? Why is it so easy to hold guns, but so hard to hold pens? Why is it so easy for the world to drop bombs, but so hard to give books? Why is it so hard for us to live and learn in peace? Mr. President, I dream I dream of a world where flowers of education bloom, where peace and learning blossom, where conflicts are resolved without bloodshed, where learning leads to lasting peace. I dream of a tolerant world. I dream of a caring world. I dream of an educated world. And above all, I dream of a peaceful world. Because knowledge heals wounds inflicted by strife, cuts through darkness and ends endless night. No sword needed, no battlefield required. Just learn, grow, and get inspired. Thank you.
The next participant is Abdul Rahman. And Muhammad Hasnan, please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Imagine a world where peace is known to every child. Imagine every school a sanctuary of learning, and every teacher the guardian of that peace. Imagine a world where past is not forgotten, but is used to build the future. And all that peace is not just a dream, but it is a reality that we all can redeem. Ladies and gentlemen, in the shared journey of human existence, there exists a profound wish, an innate desire for the lasting peace. And education, beyond being a mere key, it acts as a liberator, breaking the chains of ignorance and propels us forward, setting the minds free. Let us all gaze beyond the borders and witness the transformative power of education in the fields of conflict, where education acts as a roaring flame, forging communities towards unity and oneness. And now, empowerment. The heart of our own effort, it takes its birth from knowledge, then picture minds fortified against the extremist ideologies, my voice rising like a shield against the manipulation of ignorance, like a sword cutting through the fog of misunderstanding. But then, Mr. President, you ask me that am I right or wrong, but you don't witness the mourn of a mother on the soil of Myanmar, having a boy in her hand. You don't witness her screaming and beating her chest. You don't empathize because you are having a blindfold on your eyes. All you want is war, and war. You want a bloodshed, but let me tell you, that mother is still exclaiming to her God, oh God, I'm still having a boy in my hand, for I swear to the soil, I swear to the motherland that I'm going to educate him in the way of education to prevail peace, prosperity, love, and wisdom. This proves my dictum, that there is a dire need for the cause of learning for lasting peace. And now in the pursuit of peace, the charge again intensifies. A rallying call for inclusive education. Just picture that the halls of education are open to all, especially to the youth. They are standing on the forefront and can change the destiny of their nations. Well, let me tell you all, when I sat down to write the references of my speech, I shut down my eyes. I find myself in the corners of Palestine. There is rubble around me. There is destruction around me. There is chaos around me. But my vision was grasped when I witnessed a girl walking through that rubble, her book tightly clasped in her hands. She continues walking for her and ours. She reaches a destination that is schooled in the heart of that chaos. She starts a speech, her book above in his hand. She starts a speech, her voice is soft, but it grows harsh, and harsh with the passage of time. They sympathize, they picturize the demise of peace, Mr. President. You ask me, you tell me that this is a peaceful world, but this is not. This is not the peaceful world that you want. There is still need of education, and that girl is having a very strong message, a strong motive. That is education for the cause of peace, to abolish war, to abolish racism, to abolish xenophobia. And to the youth and the policy makers, let me tell you all, I'm leaving my voice echoing in this auditorium and in your ears. Work hard, change your policies, and change the destiny of your nations with the call of peace. May the seeds that we have sown in this sacred space blossom into the world where peace finds its place. With this, I thank you all.
The next participant is Muhammad Hasnain and Umme Ayman. Please come closer to the stage.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. We gather today at a crossroads, at a time when the echoes of conflict reverberate around the world, and the whispers of peace seem distant and fragile. Yet, amidst this din, we find a beacon of hope, a powerful tool that can build bridges, disarm fear, and pave the path towards lasting peace. Learning. Learning is not merely the acquisition of facts and figures, it is a transformative journey, a constant dialogue between ourselves and the world around us. It is a key that unlocks empathy, understanding, and the ability to see the world with another's eyes. Imagine a classroom where students don't just memorize historical dates, but delve into the stories of who lived through them. Imagine a curriculum that celebrates diversity and fosters respect for different cultures, races, and perspectives. Imagine a world where education empowers individuals to become active agents of peace, not passive observers of conflict. This is not a utopian dream, but history is replete with examples of how education has been a catalyst for positive change. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Nelson Mandela, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, Martin Luther King Jr., all giants of peace, who use the power of learning to dismantle injustices and build bridges of understanding. But the battlefield of peace extends beyond the classroom walls. It encompasses our homes, our communities, our online spaces. We must cultivate a culture of lifelong learning where every interaction, every conversation, every encounter becomes an opportunity to expand our knowledge and challenge our biases. This learning must be inclusive. It must reach those who have been marginalized, who have been silenced, and who have been denied the right to access education. We must bridge the digital divide. Technology must become a tool for inclusion, not exclusion. Let us be the architects of a learning revolution, a revolution that dismantles the walls of ignorance and prejudice, brick by brick. Let us teach our children not just how to read and write, but how to listen, how to empathize, how to resolve conflict peacefully. Let us reimagine our education systems, not as factories churning out standardized products, but as vibrant ecosystems where critical thinking, creativity, and compassion flourish. This is not a task for governments alone. It is a responsibility we all share. We must be the change we wish to see in this world. Be the curious learner, the courageous advocate, the relentless bridge builder. Spark dialogues in your communities. challenge stereotypes, and amplify voices of peace. Remember, peace is not a passive state. It is a dynamic process, a continuous learning journey. Let us embark on this journey together, armed with the knowledge, the empathy, and the unwavering belief that peace is possible by learning, and that learning can indeed light the path towards a lasting peace. I thank you all.
The next participant is Ayman. And Iman Kibriya, please come closer to the stage.
Starting with the name of Allah Almighty, who is the most gracious and the most beneficent. Respected chief guest and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Whole world is going to celebrate the 6th International Day of Education on 24 January under the theme, Learning for Lasting Peace. I do agree with this statement and would like to start my speech with the famous saying of Chinese philosopher Confucius. He said, education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope breeds peace. Today, the whole world is seeing a surge of the violent conflicts, paralleled by an alarming rise of discrimination, racism, xenophobia, and hate speech. But, in my opinion, education and the process of the learning is the only way to mold the societies and to cultivate the peaceful relations. As Imam Ali said, knowledge is life and cure. My dear listeners, it is education which has power to promote the human rights, sustainable practices, and conflict transformation, leading to the development of the peaceful communities. Human life is a process of learning. Every single day, we are learning new things. Education is the only way that individuals encourage to consider the impact of their actions on others. As Allah Almighty says in Quran in Surah Al-Baqarah, and don't go about acting wickedly on earth, causing disorder and corruption. Islam is the religion of peace and harmony, as it is said in Quran, and Allah calls to the home of the peace, which means the destination of Islam is peace. It's an obligation to learn that how to be non-judgmental towards each other and accept each other as equal. I furthermore want to say that the role of the teachers in promoting the peace play a crucial role in challenging stereotypes and breaking down the barriers. It's teacher responsibility to provide accurate and unbiased information. Education is the only way that individuals can sort out their misconception about their religion, culture, and identities. Lastly, I would like to add the government, the policymakers must invest in education system that nurture inclusive learning environment, which foster the global citizenship and cultivate the non-violent communication skills. By doing this, we may prepare the way for a day when education is the potent force for the world peace, enabling the people to overcome the barriers and to collaborate in the better future. I would like to end this with an amazing saying of Maria Montessori. Establishing lasting peace is work of education. All politics can do is keep us out of the war. Thank you.
Next participant is Iman Kibriya and Siala Ibrahim. Please come closer to the stage.
Starting with the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. When we discuss about education, what comes to your mind? A tool that solves financial problems? Or a tool that deludes you into thinking that you're powerful just because you acquire some knowledge? Or a tool that puts you on the top of the social pyramid? No, absolutely not. Mr. President, respected judges and my fellow audience, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to you all. Today, it is an honor to stand before you to explore the profound impact of education on the pursuit of understanding and harmony. Merely, the transmission of knowledge cannot be labeled as education. Rather, it is a journey starting from Adam and Eve till the beginning of afterlife, a journey starting from Big Bang to the decomposition of every last being on earth, a journey starting from the newborn's baby first steps till its last breaths. Education equips individuals with the tools to challenge preconceptions, fostering a mindset that cultivates curiosity rather than disagreement. Consider this. In classrooms, minds are not battlefields, but rather grounds where seeds of compassion and empathy are sown. In the grand tapestry of human existence, learning emerges as the golden thread that weaves together the fabric of lasting peace. Knowledge, a lantern where darkness sees. Learning is a voyage, navigates towards lasting peace. In the world, grappling with full of complex challenges, from healthcare accessibility to political instability, from environmental crisis to social inequality, from urban development to rural neglect, from technological advancements to cyber threats, these all complexities call for solutions. And as it is said, solutions emerge when minds unite. Collaboration turns challenges right. In this era, when the world is seeing a surge of violent conflicts, paralleled by an alarming rise of discrimination, distinction, hate speech, intolerance, racism, the education of youth now is more vital than ever. What we need is an unwavering commitment to knowledge and the opportunity to rise. We need to start by transforming education system at its core, because a transformative education system can be a long-term preventative tool that protects, builds, and sustains peace before, after, and during a conflict. Before conflict, education can lay the foundations that makes conflicts difficult to erupt. By helping all learners realize that their fundamental right to equitable quality education is not just optional, but a necessity, it is mandatory and an obligation. As we navigate through the intricate pathways of 21st century, let knowledge be our guide, empathy our compass, and understanding our destination. Thank you.
Next participant is Siala Ibrahim, and Umar, please come closer to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow learners, Assalamu alaikum. I'm here to talk about the topic, learning for lasting peace. As we all gather here to celebrate the International Day of Education, it's crucial to recognize the pivotal role that learning plays in fostering peace and harmony in our world. Kofi Annan says, and I quote, "Literacy is a bridge from misery to hope," unquote. The International Day of Education was established by the United Nations General Assembly on December 3rd, 2018. The United Nations General Assembly declared January 24th as the International Day of Education. The initiative for this resolution was proposed by Nigeria and collaborated by 58 other countries. This day is celebrated to recognize the vital role that learning plays in spreading peace and understanding. Will Durant says, and I quote, "The only true revolution is the enlightenment of mind and improvement of character. The only true emancipation is individual, and the only true revolutionists are philosophers and saints. Unquote. Have you ever wondered how learning can lead to lasting peace in our world? Well, learning is not about acquiring knowledge. It's about shaping your values, characters, and perspectives. True education is not just about memorizing facts. Real learning lies in how we apply what we've learned to become better individuals and spread positivity around us. When we learn to appreciate each other's differences, we can overcome conflict and build a peaceful world. Maria Montessori says, and I quote, "Establishing lasting peace is the work of education. All politics can do is keep us out of war." Unquote. Through education, we can break the cycle of violence and create a culture of peace. Now it's time to do what we couldn't in the past. If we had made learning our main focus in the world, there would be peace now. Gaza wouldn't be facing all this, as everyone would desire peace and unity. Albert Einstein says, and I quote, "Peace cannot be achieved by force. It can only be achieved through understanding." Unquote. Dear audience, we will have to promote understandings. We will have to promote the root causes of conflict and empower the future generations to create a peaceful world. Let's commit to learning and embracing diversity to create peace for all. I would like to end by translating a quote of the famous poet Ghani Khan. "Thought is an expression of prejudice. Inspiration lies above prejudice and therefore above thought. Prejudice and bias are mother's milk to man. The sooner you admit it, the better." I thank you all.
Now I would like to call Umar and Muhammad Anas. Please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Education should be a means of cooperation, not competition. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests and my fellow learners, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today driven by an unwavering belief in the profound impact of education on forging lasting peace. As Confucius once said, education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, and hope breeds peace. The theme, Learning for Lasting Peace, strikes a chord underscoring that knowledge, understanding, and empathy are the very fibers that weave a tapestry of unity. The Quran teaches us the value of unity and collaboration, emphasizing that strength lies in our collective efforts. In Surah Al-Imran, it is stated, "And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether and do not become divided." In our quest for peace, education emerges as a beacon of hope. The words of Nelson Mandela resonate within us. Education is the key to eliminating the most dangerous weapon, ignorance. It empowers individuals to dismantle walls, challenge biases, and cultivate a sanctuary of respect and understanding. Education, a potent remedy to ignorance and intolerance, is transformative. As Malala Yousafzai passionately asserts, one child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. Dear audience, when we wholeheartedly embrace learning, we shatter stereotypes, broaden our perspectives, and kindle a profound appreciation for the vibrant tapestry of human diversity. Furthermore, education nurtures empathy and compassion. As Albert Einstein poignantly expressed, peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding. It's through understanding each other's struggles and triumphs that we lay the groundwork for bridges and connections, and the seeds of lasting peace. Dear audience, as seekers of knowledge, we hold within us a unique power to shape our outlook and values. Let us not merely see education as a personal ladder to success, but as a compelling force for positive change. In a world that has witnessed conflicts and challenges, our generation recognizes the transformative power of education. We understand that knowledge is not merely a tool for personal advancement, but a force capable of bridging gaps, fostering understanding, and ultimately paving the way for a more harmonious world. In conclusion, learning for lasting peace is not just a theme. It's an emotional call to action. It calls us to be lifelong learners, compassionate souls, and advocates for transformative change. Let's commit ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge, understanding, and empathy, knowing that in doing so, we are crafting a world where lasting peace is not just a distant dream, but a heartfelt reality. Thank you.
Please appreciate them. Thank you. The next participant is Muhammad Anas and Jaila Tarek. Please come closer to the stage.
Honorable Chair, worthy teacher, respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. Intimidated by the vastness of eternity, man has always been intrigued by uncertainty lurking over his imagination. In this quest for understanding, he has become more powerful and has harnessed a great number of mysteries. However, whether he has utilized his potential and lasting for learning peace or not, it is still debatable. Dear audience, do you think learning contributes to maintaining lasting peace? Partially yes, but like Wordsworth, for often when on my couch I lie in vacant or in pensive mood, the gloomy pictures appears on my inward eye. Rather like him, my heart feels. Like Shelley, I fall upon the thorns of life, I bleed. In this distress, I am unable to comprehend the paradoxical logic that also perplexes Welkett, who says, the violence of beast on beast is red. As natural law, but upright man seek his divinity by inflicting pain. There is hardly any place in this world that is free from any violence. Dear audience, I cringe when I watch the British necessity that washed its hand on the dirty cause of Palestine. I cringe when I listen to the stories of war in Afghanistan. I cringe when I see the unbearable circumstances in Iraq. I cringe when I came up to any violence news across the country. Was our learning not sufficient to maintaining lasting peace? It's not learning but awakening of learning that guarantees peace. As we know, awakening turns a drug into medicine, lethal substances into energy, and learning into a transforming tool. Now the question is, has our learned society reached the benchmark of lasting peace? I will not say a blunt no, but I will keep it up to you rather to decide after my argument is over. We have learned the traffic rules to break traffic signals. We have learned tolerance to be intolerable. We have learned human rights to violate civil rights and to promote gender discrimination. We have learned everything to break everything else. Peaceful, coexistence, tolerance, patience, and many much institutional terms get their currency in seminars and conferences. And when it comes to practical life, they are hurled into the back seat. Dear audience, I would like to invoke Hegel's dialectic thesis, antithesis, and synthesis as a solution to attain lasting peace. If we start accommodating the conflicting point of view and tolerate what our opponents say, and we are quite likely to achieve a society showcasing peaceful coexistence. I would wrap up my argument by saying that it's up to us whether we treat at Einsteinian path or follow Frankensteinian ways. The former will guarantee peace and the later will incite destroying peace. Thank you for your patience.
The next participant is Jarala Tarek and Zainab Iftikhar. Please come closer to the stage.
If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Mr. President, respectable teachers, and my dear fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. Dear audience, since ages, we human beings have been striving to achieve peace. However, while maintaining peace, we have waged more wars and taking actual measures to curb violence. The Scottish proverb that I pronounced in my preamble explicates that reality is not conditioned by our wishes. Rather, it takes certain concrete steps to materialize the intended goals. Dear audience, have you ever thought which factors dent the process of peace? Empirically, the academics agree that peace is disturbed due to wars, which are fought due to three main reasons. Number one, wealth. Number two, political power. Number three, military dominance. For instance, the Kalinga War fought in 261 BCE was waged by Ashoka. The war cost 100,000 killed and 150,000 badly injured, later assassinated. In the history of the subcontinent, the Kalinga War is considered as the bloodiest and the most brutal war ever. Nevertheless, the outcome of the war, when seen in the light of the Hegelian theory of triad, thesis, antithesis, that's the reaction to the proposition, the synthesis solved the conflict between thesis and antithesis by reconciling their common truth, and a new proposition emerged. Ashoka proposed a new theory of peace, which resembles the topic under discussion after 2,500 years of the time elapsed. He suggested that people should be able to live in peace and harmony with one another, non-violence, non-injury to all living beings, and people should treat other religious faiths with respect and tolerance. He called it Dhamma, meaning whereby virtues of social conduct based on the moral and religious principles of Buddhism. We do not have enough data to ascertain the success level, but all I know is that it still exists and practiced amongst the Buddhist communities. Dear audience, peace means freedom from disturbances. Today's civilized world is well equipped with the knowledge, especially social sciences, dealing with respectable human survival. The survival of any disturbance-free society revolves around justice. A prominent leader once remarked, "An eye for an eye will make the world blind." Perhaps he considered it an uphill task. Albert Einstein witnessed First and Second World War and remarked, "Peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding." We can therefore conclude, whenever there is light, there are always shadows. As long as the concept of winners exists, there must also be the losers. The selfish desire of wanting to maintain peace causes wars, and hatred is bound to protect love. Some examples, for instance, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Sierra Leone, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Gaza, etc., are the most recent ones ignited by the civilized world. Peace is just a dream, a wishful thinking. Therefore, I once again get back to the Scottish proverb, "There is no harm in dreaming, as it costs nothing." Dear audience, I believe it's a prime time for big wigs to promote learning for peace and survival, than to set a field for maintaining hegemony while disrupting the peace in the world. Nelson Mandela, a beacon of wisdom, once eloquently stated, "Peace is not just the absence of conflict. Peace is the creation of an environment where all can flourish, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, or social and economic status." Thank you all for lending me your ears.
Next participant is Zainab Iftikhar, and Sohrab Khan, please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respectable audience, I stand before you on the behalf of 244 million children deprived of education. I represent 129 million girls out of schools and forced into early marriages. Behind me are the screams of millions of innocent people murdered ruthlessly in the name of war and extremism. Honorable judges, these are not just any numbers. These are humans. Gracious judges, Mr. Chief Guest, and dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zainab Iftikhar, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the privilege to address you on this auspicious occasion. Dear fellows, as we gather here to contemplate the profound impact of education, I am compelled to delve into a theme that resonates deeply in our turbulent world: learning for lasting peace. Dear fellows, the solution to all the atrocities and injustices occurring in this world lies in the words of Nelson Mandela, who said, Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Mr. President, education is a catalyst for understanding empathy and tolerance. It signifies the importance of respecting others' views, belief, and religion. It seizes terrorism like no other force can. As Nobel laureate Malala Yousafzai once asserted, with guns, you can kill terrorists. With education, you can kill terrorism. Dear fellows, the first revelation on our holy prophet, peace be upon him, started with the word ikra, which means read. Moreover, Hazrat Muhammad, peace be upon him, once said, seeking knowledge is compulsory for every Muslim man and woman. This means that women education is valued and there is no place for gender inequality in the social structure of Islam. So, as Muslims, it is inherent in our faith to seek education, which is a fundamental pillar for fostering a society grounded in peace and harmony. Dear fellows, when we neglect the importance of seeking education, we give birth to the ongoing tensions between Russia and Ukraine, or we sow the seeds of the complex dynamics between Israel and Palestine, or we become indifferent to the illegal occupation of Kashmir by India. In general, the intricate tapestry of global conflicts stems from the rich diversity of faiths. The unique beliefs and perspectives of a population surpassing 7 billion trigger tensions and misunderstandings. So, dear fellows, when we will learn to advocate interfaith harmony, only then we will be able to breathe in a world free of conflicts. Respectable audience, imagine a world where each and every child has access to quality education, where both genders have equal access to education, and where young minds are shaped not by the narrow confines of ignorance, but by the boundless horizons of understanding. This is the vision, honorable judges, that propels us forward on our journey towards lasting peace. As Albert Einstein once said, peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved through understanding. I want to request you all, let us be the generation that ends conflicts. Let's strive to seek education and to multiply it. Together, as stewards of knowledge and celebrators of diversity, we can forge a world where the echoes of wisdom drown out the cacophony of discord. So let us all commit to our conscience to embrace an active role in promoting education. Thank you so much for all of you for listening to me and for letting me deliberate on this pivotal subject. Thank you.
The next participant is Sohrab Khan, and Nimra, please come closer to the stage.
Peace. It is not the absence of conflict. It is ability to resolve conflict by peaceful means. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Today, I, Sohrab Muhammad Khan from Margala Learner School, am here to stand before all of you on the International Day of Education. I am not an orator, but a fervent and a passionate advocate of global peace and harmony. Peace, in its very definition, means the coexistence of people from different cultures, backgrounds, and religions and ethnicity living together with peace and harmony, without any ill feelings of hatred, greed, or disrespect. Yet today, we are here at the mayhem that prevails all around us, be it in Gaza, Ukraine, Yemen, or Sudan. Wars, battles, and conflicts and skirmishes knows no boundaries, where children, women, young and old suffer alike. If discrimination knows no boundaries, then why should peace suffer this? I ask you, my dear audience, why should be peace the right of only one gender, one ethnicity, or one religion? My fellows, we live in a world where more people die from wars than epidemics, famines, suicides, as compared to the COVID-19, which is an unprecedented pandemic that happened, where more than 7 million people died. But that is nothing compared to the global war on terror, which killed more than 15 million people. Humans themselves have killed more humans since the inception of time. My fellows, In this grand tapestry of our global community, fostering peace is not merely a lofty ideal, but an urgent necessity, and education serves the basis of the cornerstone and the catalyst that can shatter the chains and shackles of discord and illuminate the path towards unity. And this, my fellow youth, is instrument for us to revive the waves of peace and harmony by educating the masses. And whenever revolution has taken place, the sweat and blood of youth has become the fuel of it. Pakistan is also stained with the blood of sectarian violence. War on terror, ethnic rivalry, and a world ablaze by different beliefs. Let us gather in this all around, become laboratories of understanding in this spirit of world with unity of diversity. Be our guide as we establish ourselves towards the collage of faith and the color that share humanity. It is through my education, my friends, that we internalize this message, fostering a world where religious beliefs are celebrated and not feared. It is you and me. It is us who will bring change. Speaking of celebration, let us not forget the talent efforts of women from all around the world, such as Mother Teresa, Lady Diana, or Malala Yousafzai. We should be a nation where our mind, regardless of gender, is free to explore, innovate, and educate folks. We can become the torchbearer of hope, resilience, and enlightenment, and guide humanity from the foul waters of outdated stereotypes. In the pursuit of lasting peace, let us call the dynamism of education, which is not solely acquiring knowledge. It is about unleashing the potential within us for the sealing of a revolution. We stand here and threshold of a future awaiting to be shaped. Let our commitment to learning the driving force that propels us towards a force where we only accept peace, harmony, and equality. It is a happier and beautiful tomorrow. Thank you. Fi Amanullah, Pakistan Zindabad.
Now I would like to invite Nimra and Zunaira, please come closer to the stage.
When the whole world is silent, even a single voice can become very bigger. What if I ask you, how can we, the young generation, use our creativity, education, and our skills for the betterment of this world? For creating the lasting peace and understanding? Even when we are facing with the problems like economic insecurity, climate change, political disengagement, inflation, and yet the one of the biggest, the fear. My friends, you have two choices in this world. One is to accept the situation, and the other is to change the situation. Imagine, peace was not just a boring old word, but a story whispered from every page, a poem scribbled in a bright crayon. And we, the young peeps, are the storytellers, weaving understanding with the hands, not with the fist. Like how school is not just about numbers and dates. It's about building, making friends with each other. And classrooms are where kids bridge buildings with the words, not with the bricks. Not with the bricks. And solve problems like superheroes without needing their capes. Education is our weapon, empathy our shield, and let's march together for the betterment, and let's march together where peace stands supreme. The world sometimes feels like a messy storybook, but instead of hiding under the covers, let's create and write our own chapters. Let's create our own chapters. Imagine school bursting with the peace, building workshops, kids inventing ways to solve the problems, and children making and learning each other's about their culture. That's the story we need. And it does not stop there. Let the young march with signs, not with swords. Drum for celebration, not for alarm, for the war. Sky lit with the firework, not for fire. And cries of a pleasure, not pain. We are not just the leaders, we are the writers. We can use our tech magic to connect across oceans and oceans, and our energy to change the world and the rules, and our creativity to dream up the world where peace is not just a word, it's a happy ending, and we all deserve that. So let's ride loud, not with anger, but with understandings. Let's learn for ourselves, but for the world we are scribbling into the existence. Our classrooms can be the inkwell for peace. Our communities can be the libraries for justice. And our planet can be the biggest adventure book ever. We hold the pen, let's write a future where everyone gets to be the hero, and that's the story we need, and that's the story we want to read. And it's time to turn the first page. Now let's write the story of lasting peace together. Remember, even the smallest voice can make something much bigger. So go out there, share your kindness, and let your actions be the ink that fills the world with the peace. And now it's time to turn the first page, no matter how cliche it may sound. But united we stand, divided we fall. Remember, 49% of population of Pakistan and worldwide are women. Yet they are domesticated, denied education, and abused and taken for granted. And now it is through empowerment of a woman can this ripple effect of a transformation lead to the world of a lasting peace and collective well-being. In conclusion, I would like to end up my session with the beautiful words, to end the war. If you want to end the war, prioritize diplomatic solutions, engage with international corporations, and protect human rights, and foster global collaboration, recognizing a comprehensive approach is crucial for lasting peace. Thank you so much. The one and only educated Pakistan.
The next participant is Zanera Kumel. And Anam, please queue up in front of the stage for your turn.
Averting war is the work of politicians, and establishing peace is the work of education. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, and fellow seekers of wisdom, today I'm honored to address you on a subject that lies at the very heart of our collective aspiration, the profound role of learning in the pursuit of lasting peace. In a world where the discord often overshadows harmony, where the echoes of conflict resound through the corridors of time, it becomes imperative for us to reflect on the transformative power of education. Learning, in its essence, is a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. It is the key that unlocks the door of understanding and dismantles the walls of ignorance. It is through the lens of education that we can begin to appreciate the diversity of perspective that makes up our global society. Education is a force that has no boundaries. It is not confined by geography, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. The pursuit of knowledge unites us. It transcends the artificial barrier that often divides us, fostering a sense of commonality that forms the bedrock of lasting peace. Let us not forget the invaluable role that education plays in nourishing empathy. As we dwell into the histories, cultures, and narratives of others, we develop a profound understanding of their joys, struggles, and aspiration. This empathetic understanding becomes a powerful remedy to the favoritism that fuels conflict, paving the way for tolerance and coexistence. In the human history, we find instances where the knowledge has been a beacon of hope, guiding society from the abyss of chaos to the shores of peace. Great thinkers, visionaries, and educators have illuminated the path towards lasting peace. And this is our responsibility to carry forward this torch of enlightenment. Yet, the journey of lasting peace through learning without its challenges Access to quality education remains uneven. Millions around the world are still deprived of this fundamental right. Let us strive for a world where education is not a privilege, but a universal birthright. Moreover, the content of education is equally crucial. The curriculum that promotes critical thinking, cultural awareness, and a sense of global citizenship that is essential in shaping individual who is not only knowledgeable but also compassionate. Let us advocate for an education that empowers individuals to think beyond their immediate surrounding, fostering a mindset that seeks solutions through dialogue, understanding, rather than through conflict. In a conclusion, let us embrace the profound potential of learning as a catalyst of lasting peace. As we stand at the crossroad of history, let education be the compass that guides us towards future, where the echoes of unity drown out the drums of discord. Thank you.
The next competitor is Anam Jamshed, and Tahreem Fatma, please come closer to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and my fellow seekers of wisdom, Assalamu alaikum. Today, let us embark on the journey that transcends boundaries of classroom and textbook, a journey toward learning for lasting peace. In a world where echoes of discord often drown the melodies of harmony, the pursuit of knowledge emerges as a symphony that has power to transform our shared reality. As the iconic Nelson Mandela once proclaimed, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Picture this weapon not as the one that inflicts harm, but as the beacon of enlightenment that dispels the shadow of ignorance and lighting the path toward understanding and peace. Imagine the profound impact echoed in the words of Malala Yousafzai. One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. These words encapsulate the transformative ripple effect of education. Think about it. How the seeds of knowledge sown in a single mind can bloom into a garden of collective change, fostering unity and understanding that transcend the borders. In our pursuit of lasting peace, let us acknowledge that learning extends far beyond the confines of traditional classroom. It is a lifelong commitment to curiosity, critical thinking, and empathy. To echo the brilliance of Albert Einstein, peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. It is through continuous learning and understanding that we dismantle walls of ignorance and construct bridges of empathy. Our journey toward lasting peace may be gradual, yet it is our unwavering commitment to learning that propels us forward. In navigating the complexities of life, in navigating the complexities of our modern world, we must embrace an interdisciplinary approach to education. The challenges we face, be they political, social, or environmental, demand a holistic understanding that transcends the traditional boundaries of academic discipline. Amidst the pages, peace take flight, wisdom stands a tranquil sight. In learning's arm, unity we find, harmony scores the enlightened mind. Let us make this journey attractive, not merely as a duty, but as a thrilling adventure. As we dive into the ocean of knowledge, let the wave of curiosity carry us to uncharted territories. In conclusion, let our commitment to learning be the magnetic force that draws us closer to lasting peace. As we strive to comprehend one another, transcend differences, and build a more harmonious world, let these timeless words echo in our heart.
Live as if you were to die tomorrow, and learn as if you were to live forever. Thank you for embarking on this captivating journey with me, and may our pursuit of knowledge be the key that unlocks the door to future of enduring peace.
Please appreciate them. I would like to invite Tahreem Fatima, and Elsa Michelle, please come closer to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and the fellow wisdom seekers, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today to share my views on the topic, learning for lasting peace. In a world often marred by discord and conflict, achieving lasting peace becomes imperative share by all of the humanity. As Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon from which you can change the whole world. Knowledge is the power, and education is the key to unlock that power. Education, with its ability to enlighten the mind and broaden the perspective, serve as a potent instrument in the dismantling the barriers that fuel the hostility. As we invest in learning, we cultivate understanding, empathy, and tolerance. Knowledge is the bridge that connects the disparate society, fostering a shared comprehension for our common humanity. Moreover, learning extends beyond the confines of classrooms and textbooks. As Albert Einstein remarked, education is not the learning of fact, but the training of mind to think. By embracing the continuous learning, we embrace the richness of our collective tapestry, acknowledging the interconnective that binds us together. In the pursuit for lasting peace, education acts as a catalyst for the positive change. It equips the individual with the tools to resolve the conflict through the dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation. A well-educated population is more likely to reject the prejudice, discrimination, and toxic seeds of hatred that can lead to violence. Let us recognize the symbiotic relationship between knowledge and peace. We invest in future where ignorance and intolerance wither away. It is through the learning that we lay the foundation of society characterized by the justice, equality, and mutual respect. In conclusion, let us commit ourselves to the cause of education for lasting peace. As we saw the knowledge, we cultivate the world where the pursuit of understanding triumphs over ignorance, and enduring the legacy of peace becomes a reality for generations to come. Thank you very much.
The next participant is Elsa Michelle, and Aisha Noor, please come closer to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today to discuss a topic that holds a profound significance for the well-being of the world, learning for the lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world often marred by conflict and discord, achieving lasting peace becomes an imperative shared by all of the humanity. As Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I stand before you to underscore the transformative power of learning as a cornerstone for achieving enduring harmony. Knowledge is power, and education is the key to unlock the power. Education with its ability to enlighten minds and broaden perspectives serves as a potent instrument in dismantling the barriers that fuels hostility. Ladies and gentlemen, as we invest in learning, we cultivate understanding, empathy, and tolerance. Knowledge is the bridge that connects disparate societies, fostering a shared comprehension of our common humanity. Moreover, learning extends beyond the confines of classrooms and textbooks. As Albert Einstein remarked, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the minds to think. Ladies and gentlemen, by embracing continuous learning, we embrace the richness of our collective tapestry, acknowledging the interconnectedness that binds us together. In the pursuit of lasting peace, education acts as a catalyst for positive change. It equips individuals with the tools to resolve conflicts through dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation. A well-educated population, ladies and gentlemen, a well-educated population is more likely to reject prejudice, discriminations, and the toxic seeds of hatred that can lead to violence. Let us recognize, ladies and gentlemen, a relationship between knowledge and lasting peace. As we invest in education, we invest in a future where ignorance and intolerance wither away. It is through learning that we lay the foundation for societies characterized by justice, equality, and the mutual respect. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us commit ourselves to the cause of education for lasting peace. As we sow the seeds of knowledge, we cultivate a world where the pursuit of understanding triumphs over ignorance, and the enduring legacy of peace becomes a reality for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite the next participant is Aisha Noor and Usman Arif. Please come closer to the stage for your turn. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Aisha Noor and I am here to deliver a speech on the topic of learning for lasting peace. Mr. President, beginning with the meaning of lasting peace, it is defined as an uninterrupted, unending serene condition of one's mind and environment. Learning for lasting peace has just become nothing more than a phrase. When looking into the question of learning for lasting peace, we all are left ourselves. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, and I quote, "Nothing can bring you peace but yourself." Mr. President, yourself. In the present world of chaos and violence, peace has now become a minor word. Learning for peace is now as important as breathing oxygen. Learning for peace is to provide with a skill set needed for the people for engaging skills, highlighting it, and needed for engaging with others and solving conflicts in a peaceful manner. The process of acquiring skills, values, knowledge, and to vibe in harmony with oneself and the world can be utterly burdensome. In the running era, the only solution for the stability, security, and all of the country is the education of peace. Through this initiative, the harsh reality of people being tortured and brutally killed for no reason will come to an end. Mr. President, it will come to an end. The world has turned their eyes blind for the massacre of the innocent ones. The ones with conscience are told to keep quiet for their own good. The powerful ruthlessly exploit their purpose of being acquired with high positions. The learning for the peace helps us in the correct use of one's potential and ability to overcome a difficulty. It seeks this transformation by building awareness, developing concern,
and finally challenging personal and social action that will actualize non-violence, justice, environment care, and other peace values. Mr. President, now noting down, the government should also take a brief look into this issue to make sure that the education of the peace for long-lasting as the curriculum of the youth. Peace isn't what we all can achieve in a day or two. It's a feeling, a state. It's a feeling, a state that takes a considerable time. However, as Albert Einstein said, and I quote, peace can't be kept by force. Peace can't be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. For the world to become a peaceful place, we first have to ensure that our mind is at peace. The peace education is neglected by today's people, and this is why this generation has become volatile and sensitive. Mr. President, the main problem arises that we learn for the purpose of being rich and wealthy person. So from now we have to change our perspective and focus on learning to make this world and our mind peace. This could achieved by addressing fears, providing information about security, by understanding war behavior, also by appreciating the concept of peace. The learning of lasting peace is necessary for the development of any country. Thank you.
The next participant is Usman Arif, and Aiza, please come closer to the stage. Usman Arif. Then Aiza.
Maria Montessori said, and I quote, "Establishing lasting peace is the work of education." Respected President, dear guests, and my fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum. I, Aiza Yusuf from APS SEO, am here to speak on how learning can bring everlasting peace. Tomorrow, 24th January, is the International Day of Education, and this year's theme is Learning for Lasting Peace. Dear audience, peace, something which has become rare on individual and global level, is what every person craves for. We as human beings have different natures, contextual factors, and tendencies to adapt to different situations. But coexisting peacefully has always been a challenge since the inception of the world. And the question is, why do we indulge in conflicts? Why do we fight? Why do we have the urge to excel and leave others behind? Here, healthy competitions are what lead to one improving oneself, while on the other hand, unnecessary competitions only lead to hatred, jealousy, and extreme animosity. History is filled with events where peace was shattered over a trivial matter on personal and global level. War has never been a solution, and educated people should be taught to refrain from war. However, war crimes and mass murders have been committed by the educated. What can we do to make this world suitable for coexisting peacefully? Respected judges, let me share my humble opinion. The solution of all this is to start from a very early stage of human life, where we can really make a difference. Who can be the savior of this lasting peace? What do you think? Yes, children, the raw material for the future world peace. They can be molded into people who can make this place a heaven on earth. At this point, dear audience, it's important to mention that being educated does not refer to literal learning. Then what? Teaching social moral learning is what's essential for making a person who treats other people just the way as he wants himself to be treated as. Now, where to start the learning? We can develop an environment for children in school where they interact with each other. They know how to treat others well, share things and help each other. In the future, we might be competing with machines. What makes us different from machines? We have feelings and emotions which make us different, where we can make decisions according to them. Of course, we don't know what the future holds with AI taking over. Anyhow, this critical analysis, self-realization and understanding will help the individuals into being calm and tolerant human beings in every situation. Children of today are under a lot of pressure at their homes, at their schools, juggling with their lives while keeping up with the tech world as well. Teachers and parents play a vital role in every child's life, in making or breaking them. They need to realize what children are going through. They must make them learn how to cope with stress and not pressure themselves at all. Jack Ma advised his son, and I quote, "You don't need to be in the top 3 of your class. Being in the middle is fine. As long as your grades aren't too bad, only this kind of person has enough free time to learn other skills as well." Make children realize that everything super or magnificent should not necessarily be the target. What matters is our own satisfaction and how we treat others. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, I would only like to say that learning where it is taught how to regulate emotions and feelings, understand their thinking and opinions, and learning that it is okay to be different, and learning to find a solution for those differences is the only way we can achieve peace on individual and global level. It is the only way we can prevent what's happening in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Aisha from Dar Arqam. And Zahida, please come closer to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to the ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and my fellow seekers of peace. I'm Aisha Ijaz from Dar Arqam School, Valley Road campus. Today, I stand before you to share the insights on a paramount theme, learning for lasting peace. As we embark on this journey, a journey that transcends boundaries, embraces diversities and fosters understandings. In the words of Martin Luther King, peace is not merely a distant goal, but a journey we walk with every step. It is a journey that requires continuous learning, dialogue, and collective commitment of the individuals and the communities. Respected Judge, as we delve into the realms of interfaith harmony, it is beautifully stated in the Quran that, O mankind, we have created you from a male and a female, and made you in nations and tribes that you may know one another. This verse emphasizes the inherent diversity among us, urging us to seek knowledge for the purpose of mutual understanding. Let us draw inspiration from the words of Nelson Mandela, who once said that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Indeed, by understanding and respecting other beliefs, we lay the foundation of enduring harmony. Now let's convert our attention towards conflict resolution and put some light on the words of Desmond Tutu. A little bit of good, wherever you are. This little bit of good put together that overwhelms the world. Learning from lasting peace requires the skill to resolve conflicts, not through force, but through understanding and dialogue. Respected Judge, in the pursuit of gender equality, Allama Muhammad Iqbal, a visionary poet and a great philosopher, echoed this sentiment, acknowledging the crucial role that women play in a societal progress. He also proclaimed that if you build a foundation to touch the sky, yet it will remain fragile if women are not involved. This statement underscores the indispensable contribution of women in building a strong and resilient society. Learning for lasting peace demands us that we dismantle gender biases and provide equal opportunities to all. Even in the Quran, it is affirmed. And for women, our rights over men is similar to those of men over women, emphasizing the mutual respect and shared responsibilities between genders. Lastly, turning our attention towards tolerance. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, set an exemplary standard that whoever believes in Allah and the last day, let him speak goodness or remain silent. This statement underscores the importance of mindful speech, promoting an environment of tolerance and understanding by choosing the words that uplift rather than divide. Besides, the Quran beautifully encapsulates this principle. To each of you, we had prescribed a law and a method. Had Allah willed, He would have made you one nation, united in religion, but He intended to test you in what He has given you. In conclusion, learning for lasting peace is a transformative journey that encompasses interfaith harmony, conflict resolution, gender equality, and tolerance. As we embrace the wisdom of diverse voices, we must know that the true peace begins with understanding, compassion, and commitment to lifelong learnings. May our collective efforts pave the way for a world where lasting peace becomes a reality for all. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Zahida to share her views. And Maryam, please queue up in front of the stage. Zahida. Okay. Then Maryam, come forward, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. To educate is to empower. Where there is empowerment, there is equality. And where there is equality, there is peace. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum and a good morning to all of you. Today I am here to discuss with you a topic of great significance that not only resonates with me, but when we realize this, we can change the world. By education, esteemed audience, I do not mean the vicious rat race and vigorous chase after eminent scores. By empowered, I do not mean polished suits and go-getters with illustrious achievements and big-name offices. Allah directs us in the Quran to observe, to notice, to ponder. That, Mr. President, is what education is. That is what learning means, to first evaluate ourselves, then those around us, only to realize in the due course how intricately and remarkably similar we all are. Surah Al-Baqarah, ayat number 11 and 12, magnificently encapsulates the pursuit of knowledge in the pursuit of peace. Quote, when they are told, do not spread corruption in the land, they reply, we are only peacemakers. Indeed, it is they who are the corruptors, but they fail to perceive it. Ignorance, esteemed audience. It is only through the eradication of this kind of ignorance that conflicts and feuds in the world can be resolved. At that, it is only when we lay our pride aside and make way for learning that we can liberate ourselves from the shackles of ignorance. Life, my dear audience, is but a fragment of eternity that we are blessed with in this envelope of space and time. And when ordinary individuals like you and I immerse ourselves even to the slightest degree in the vast sea of knowledge, even we can become the next Arfa Karim, who is the youngest Microsoft certified professional, or the next Ayan Qureshi, who is the youngest MOS expert. If only, my dear audience, if only we utilized our knowledge and our intellect in the resolution of conflict instead of creation of them. If only we observed as Allah commands us, do we realize how futile, how insignificant it is to be using our limited time on this earth, as well as our scarce resources, to construct a world full of war and chaos and pandemonium, instead of realizing that we are all just human. We are all spending our minutes on this planet trying to survive in the finest way possible. That, however, can only happen if we start to make and pave the way for peace instead of trying to scramble our way to the top. This is why, Mr. President, distinguished and esteemed personalities like Sir Syed Ahmad Khan struggled and strived for years trying to convince the Muslims of the subcontinent to just get an education. Did that not bring the Muslim Ummah together? Did that not lead to the creation of our own separate country? I ask you, Mr. President, is that not the reason you and I are able to stand here today, advancing through life with the liberation of being able to choose how we want to live it? This is why fearless personalities like Palestinian journalists Hind Khodari and Palestia Al-Aqad stand amidst all the massacre, amidst all the war, amidst an active genocide, taking to social media to educate people around the world about the ongoing slaughter. The more people around the globe learn about the situation, the more they start to stand up for Palestine, for humanity, for peace. Only after learning about the situation did unanimous boycotts of Israeli products began, resulting in a whopping $11 billion loss. This, Sir President, is only one example of why learning is the first step towards lasting peace. I would like to conclude my speech by quoting Pythagoras, quote, "Educate the children and it won't be necessary to punish the men." Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for listening.
Now I would like to call Maheen to share her thoughts. Maheen. Ikra Nawaz.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, by the grace of Allah Almighty, I have got an opportunity to deliver speech on the topic of learning for lasting peace. Respected audience, rising in the morning and listening to the news, we are confronted with the same sad news: violence, crimes, wars, and disasters. I cannot recall a single day without a report of something terrible happening somewhere. Even in these modern times, it is clear that one's precious life is not safe. No former generation has had to experience so much bad news as we face today. This constant awareness of fear would make any person question seriously the progress of our modern world. My fellows, in the world today, 41 countries live in a state of conflict, resulting in a death toll of 15,07,000 in 2022 alone. Conflicts manifest in various forms, often driven by complex interplays of power, ideology, and resource scarcity. My dear fellows, in the famous words of Kofi Annan, peace is never a perfect achievement. My fellows, The concept of learning for lasting peace recognizes that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but a state of harmony, understanding, and respect among individuals and communities. It acknowledges that achieving lasting peace requires addressing root causes of conflict, such as ignorance, prejudice, and inequality. These causes can be addressed only by imparting right kind of education. My fellows, now what do you mean by right kind of education? It means inculcating humanitarian attitude, sympathy, and tolerance in human beings. Right kind of education equips individuals with the knowledge and skills to critically analyze social issues, challenges biases, and work towards solving conflict peacefully. It helps to break down barriers, build bridges between different communities, and cultivate a sense of shared humanity. Education is bringing about peace and happiness. Dr. Maria Montessori rightly said, peace is what every human being is craving for, and it can be brought by humanity through the child. My dear fellows, an American humanitarian activist, Malcolm X, regards education a future of nation. He said, education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs only to the people who prepare for it today. My dear fellows, one of the fundamental aspects of learning for lasting peace is the cultivation of empathy. So through empathy, my dear fellows, through empathy, we can develop genuine concern for well-being others and work toward resolving conflict peacefully. Through empathy, we can build connections and establish a peaceful coexistence. My dear fellows, you can use your skills, powers, positions, and will to build sustaining peace for the world through your organization. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Aliza Ahmed to share her thoughts. And Abdul Rahman, please come closer to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President and my dear audience, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Today, I'm here in front of you to share my thoughts about a topic, which is learning for lasting peace. The audience, what is peace? It is to me a smile, a laugh, a bird flying free. Peace is a song that brightens up your day, but it can only be felt when there is justice, truth, honesty, and equality. Dear audience, we can induce these qualities through a weapon, and the weapon is education. Because if there is education, there is peace, and peace is what the world wants. Dear audience, as Nelson Mandela once said, that education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. The audience, the world where there are so many conflicts, wars, and evils, which has damaged our precious positive minds. The audience, the only eraser of these all evils is education, knowledge, learning, and understanding. As you know, that one child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. It's the most powerful tool that fosters the understanding and builds the peace. Dear audience, education not only gives the knowledge, but the empathy, critical thinking at a broader perspective. Dear audience and Mr. President, as we know that as a Muslim, Islam promotes the knowledge and peace, and it's the duty of every literate Muslim to educate the uneducated one, as ordained by Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. that in Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that, "O Muhammad, peace be upon him, say, are those equal, those who know and those who don't know?" And according to Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that seeking of knowledge is the duty of every Muslim. So the world must have to be educated. The audience, we must acknowledge the role of education in dismantling the stereotypes and prejudices. Because education brings confidence, confidence brings hope, and hope breeds peace, dear audience. Learning fosters global community where diversity is celebrated and unity prevails. As the lessons we gain from the shared history and the stories of resilience inspire us to strive for the harmonious future. As in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, that you must be the change you want to see in the world, dear audience. And Mr. President, we know that education is a human right, but according to UNESCO, there are 250 million children out of schools and 763 illiterate. The audience, contrary to this, in Pakistan, the most sad and alarming thing is that there are 28 million children that do not go to school. As you know, in some parts of the world, students are going to school. They're normal life. But in some parts, they're starving for it. It's like a precious gift. The audience, as said by Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, that the future of our state will and must greatly depend upon the type of education and the way we bring up our children as the future servants of Pakistan. The audience, as we are advocating for lasting peace, let us also advocate for the equal opportunities for all. In the end, in the conclusion, the audience, this topic that learning for lasting peace is not merely an inspiration, but collective responsibility. It's a commitment to preserving ourselves with the tools to break the cycle of and build the bridges towards peace. As we embark on this journey collectively, let us remember the profound words of Martin Luther that darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. When the power of love overcomes the love power, the world will know the peace. To your audience, as long as your learning grows, and that leads to opportunities as you share the things you know. Thank you for your attention.
The next participant is Abdul Rahman. And Manala, please come closer to the stage.
War, bombs, explosions, killing of innocent people, genocide. This is what the world is facing right now. Approximately after every hour, 2 mothers are being killed in Gaza. More than 20,000 people have been died so far in this recent war of Israel and Gaza. 19,000 people died in Africa due to violence. 10,000 civilians were killed in Russia-Ukraine war. We saw severe genocide of mankind in world wars. Let us not forget the fatal after effects of uranium in the cities of Nagasaki and Hiroshima in Japan. Last but not the least, more than 1 million people died in Vietnam War. Ambassador of the House, I want to bring the House the lesson that the knowledge had been used for negative purposes. Hitler Kriegsmarines warship killed thousands of people. Oppenheimer discovery led to the death of thousands of people in Japan. Knowledge had also been used to devour other nations. But Ambassador of the House, I want to ask the question from every person sitting in this esteemed house, that for how long will we be killing each other as humans? For how long will we be continuing this practice? How long will it take for us to achieve global peace in this planet? Dear audience, despite the fact that knowledge is used for violence, in my opinion, the only effective way to attain global peace is knowledge. Knowledge should be used for peaceful coexistence and peaceful learnings between nations. It should also be used to cure dangerous diseases. We can also produce energy by using our knowledge. Dear audience, talking about uranium, which killed thousands of people, it can be used to produce nuclear energy. Furthermore, it can also be used to cure dangerous disease of cancer. Moreover, IT and ethical hacking field could be used to facilitate humanity. Dear audience, in embracing of peace education, we become artisans of change, crafting a life, crafting a world where we celebrate differences and commonalities become woven into the very fabric of our existence. It is a call to action, urging us to be ambassadors of tranquility, not just within the walls of our institution, but with the broader tapestry of our life. Dear audience, let our commitment to peace education be a ripple that emanates from these classrooms, reaching shores far and high, creating the tidal waves of understanding that erodes the cliffs of hatred. In conclusion, let us champion peace education as the cornerstone of harmonious future, where we eradicate the very existence of racism, xenophobia, and hate speech to make this world a better place for all of us to live, and we ourselves become the embodiment of peace. In conclusion, we need three things in our life: peace, peace, and peace. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Manala Amir and Sabiha Abid. Please come closer to the stage for your turn. In the name of Allah Almighty, who is the most gracious and the most merciful, whose bounties are unbounded, whose benevolence is everlasting, whose being is eternal, whose love is all life, and whose worship is of faith, and whose blessings are uncountable. Respected jury, my dear teachers, my fellow mates, honorable guests, and my near and dear ones, a very good morning to everyone present here. Tomorrow, the whole world will be celebrating the 6th International Educational Day under the theme, Learning for Lasting Peace. This theme is particularly significant as we witness an alarming rise in racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and hate speech. The impact of this violence transcends any boundary based on geography, gender, race, religion, politics, offline and even online. An active commitment to peace is more urgent today than ever. Learning for peace must be transformative and help empower learners with the necessary knowledge, values, attitudes, skills, and behaviors to become agents of their peace in their communities. This year's themes remind us that peace is not automatic. Peace is the result of one's actions. Action to accelerate progress towards the sustainable development goals and ensure that no one is left behind, not even a single person in the whole planet, because that is the point of peace. Action to end the war on our planet, to obtain its natural gifts. Action to uphold and protect, even to defend the human rights and dignity of each and every person on this planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, the absence of hostility, violence, and fear characteristics a state of peace. It is a place where different cultures, religions, and ideas are respected and celebrated, where people and where people live in peace and harmony with one and each other. That is what peace really is. The growth and well-being of people, communities, and nation depend on peace. So, additionally, it is crucial to address problems like discrimination and oppression because they can stoke resentment and anger, which can result in violence and conflict. So it is crucial to understand that peace should not be only the absence of violence, but also include constructive actions and moral principles. So dear audience, please listen to me. I just have one request from all of you, that we are gathered here on the topic of peace because all day we are talking about it. So I just want us to act each other with generosity and compassion, fairness and respect. That is I want everyone to act each other from. So, in conclusion, we all may work toward peace and contribute the creation of peace. The creation of just and equitable society begins with individual activities, but it is also very necessary for everyone to contribute and resolve the problems. Let's work towards world peace and make this happen. Thank you very much. Now I would like to call the next participant is Sabiha Abid, and Aisha Arshad, please come closer to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow advocates for a better world, a very good morning and assalamu alaikum. It is a profound honor to stand before you to discuss a theme that is not just relevant, but imperative in our turbulent times. Learning for lasting peace. Mr. President, learning for lasting peace. Learning for lasting peace. Learning for lasting peace. But the question is, learning what? Is learning how to usurp belongings of others? Is learning how to devour assets of others? Is learning how to imbibe wealth of others? Is learning how to discredit someone from the very credit they really deserve? Is learning how to trespass the lands of others? Is learning how to extend geographical boundaries unjustifiably? Is learning how to shed blood of innocence to churn out wealth for your future generations? Well, if this is the definition of learning, then with due apology, let me shout that Israel should be testified as the most learned nation of the world. If this is the theme of learning, then Hitler was quite just in shooting millions of Jews. If this is the sense of learning, then all kings of the history of mankind will kill their opponents, and those who build minarets from the skulls of their enemies should be declared as learned once. No, Mr. President, no, not at all, no way. We first need to furnish an outline of the syllabus of learning, what learning is and what learning is not, what we need to learn at every cost, and at the same time what we must learn in every circumstance. Even before that, we need to recognize the thin line that blurs the boundary as to what we should learn and what we must abstain from learning. Mr. President, the famous communist philosopher Karl Marx once said, "The philosophers of the world have so far interpreted the problems of the world, but the thing, however, is to solve them." And let me confess that at the same time, the thinkers of the world have needlessly rendered several issues thrilling, complex, and unreasonable. So the recipe for threading out what to learn and what not to learn is very simple. Mario Montessori rightly said, preventing war is a work of politicians. Establishing peace is a work of educationists. Now, let me take you back to an esteemed man who lived some 1400 years ago. The greatest revolutionist of the world, who brought about the greatest revolution in the shortest possible time. Mr. President, let me give you another hint about that revolutionist. We
call Michael Hart's book The 100, where he places that dignified reformer at the top of the list of 100 most influential personalities of the history of mankind. Yes, Mr. President, your reckoning is absolutely correct. The name of the man is Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Let me unveil the fact how he developed the recipe of lasting peace. For this, let me quote a small incident here. Once amidst a war, a simpleton Muslim approached the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The Prophet assumed that the man would question about some urgent type of warfare, but instead, he questioned the Prophet like this: "O Prophet of God, brief me about Islam just in a single word." The Prophet, as usual, not perturbed at all, smiled and replied, "Welfare." Yes, Mr. President, welfare. Welfare of every individual of the world, regardless of ethnicity, race, caste, color, creed, gender, region, or origin. Let us promulgate this philosophical recipe within the bodily province of our entities and learn how to redouble welfare of the mankind. Mr. President, hundreds of thinkers have tried to rephrase and paraphrase the philosophy of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Be that 19th century philosopher Immanuel Kant, putting it like, "Do to others that you wish they should do unto you." Or 19th century thinker Jeremy Bentham, wording it like, "One should always endeavor for boosting the greatest good for greatest number. The gist remains the same." Today, in special, Mr. President, this phenomenon has emerged with a greater thrust and urgency that mankind needs to learn things that ensure lasting peace. And that is only possible if we follow the principles of welfare as laid down by our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I would like to end my speech with the quote: "Embrace learning, for in its pursuit lies the medicine of lasting serenity." Thank you all.
The next participant is Aisha Arshad. And Vakar, please queue up in front of the stage for your turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. President, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to address a topic of profound significance: learning for lasting peace. In a world marred by strife and discord, the pursuit of lasting peace is not merely a noble endeavor. It is an imperative for the survival of humanity. As we navigate the turbulent waters of our times, we see that the path to lasting peace lies in the corridors of education. As we traverse the corridors of history, we find echoes of wisdom reminding us that education is the key to dismantling the shackles of ignorance. The most fine example to quote here is the first revelation from Almighty Allah, which said, "Ikra," meaning to read. This revelation not only transformed the Arabic society by raising it from the depths of ignorance into a state where justice reigned, it also encapsulates the profound truth that lasting peace begins with the seeds of knowledge planted in the minds of people. Education is the cornerstone upon which civilizations are built, and its absence often paves the way for conflict. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world.
Mandela's journey from a prison cell to the presidency exemplifies the transformative impact of learning. Mr. President, the ancient Chinese philosopher Confucius once said, real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. In acknowledging our limitations, we open ourselves to the boundless possibilities of learning. In a world interconnected as never before, the quest for knowledge transcends borders. The quest for knowledge transcends borders. Quest for knowledge transcends borders and unites us in a shared pursuit of understanding. Learning becomes the bridge that spans the chasms of ignorance, paving the way for empathy, tolerance, and ultimately peace. Let us turn our gaze to the current landscape. The conflicts persist and divisions deepen. In a world grappling with ideological differences and power struggles, the importance of fostering understanding through education cannot be overstated. The Nobel laureate Malala Yousafzai reminds us, with guns you can kill terrorists, but with education you can kill terrorism. The sentiment, my friends, calls for a paradigm shift, advocating for knowledge as the ultimate weapon against the conflict. In the pursuit of lasting peace, education serves as a universal language, transcending borders and fostering a sense of shared humanity. It is the bedrock upon which we can build bridges to understanding, cooperation, and tolerance. Education is the vessel through which we can impart values of peace to the generations that will shape our future. Enlightenment shines a guiding way, leading us to seek a better way. With open minds and hearts aglow, peace and harmony will surely flow. In conclusion, let us recognize that the journey towards lasting peace is paved with the stones of education. Each lesson learned, each mind enlightened contributes to the mosaic of world where conflicts wither in the face of understanding. As we navigate the turbulent waters of our times, we must remember the words of Martin Luther King Jr. The function of education is to teach, to think intensively, and to think critically. Intelligence and character, that is the goal of true education. May we strive for this goal, for in learning we find the path to lasting peace. Thank you.
The next competitor is Vakkar. Vakkar. Shizra Nadeem, please come forward. And Aqsa Farhad, come closer to the stage for your turn.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Worthy Chief Guest, respected jury, faculty members, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. This is Shizra Nadeem to share my thoughts on the topic for today's speech, learning for lasting peace. Peace is a path for bringing growth and prosperity to society. It is the way that helps us to prevent inequity and violence. Peace is simply a concept of societal friendship and harmony in which there is no hostility and violence, so it is a lack of conflict. It is said, and I quote, We have to achieve peace, enforce it to live, and let others live peacefully. Unquote. Dear audience, learning is knowledge acquired through study, experience, or being taught. In the words of a philosopher, education is the best weapon for peace. Unquote. So, dear audience, learning for lasting peace refers to a process of acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitude that contribute to the establishment and maintenance of the enduring peace in societies. It is said, and I quote, establishing lasting peace is the work of education, unquote. Peace education activities promote knowledge and skill that will help either to prevent the occurrence of conflict, resolve the conflict peacefully, or to create social conditions conducive to peace. Core values of nonviolence and social justice are central to peace education. I quote, peace education is both an important peace-building strategy and an effective way of preventing violence and conflict. Unquote. Respected jury, why can't Gaza Strip be transferred to Egypt and West Bank to Jordan for lasting peace to prevail between Israelis and Palestinians? It is the importance of education on peace, which changes the mentality and working to control the psychological factors that lead to violence, to dispel prejudice, activate dialogues, promote mutual respect, and the building of bridges across differences. I question, can gender equality prevent violent conflict? The simple answer is yes. I would like to quote the words of Greta Michael here. She said, gender equality is the goal that will help to abolish poverty and create more equal economics, fairer societies, and happier men, women, and children. Gender equality is a factor essential in countries' stability and organization. Excluding women will increase the risk of instability. Dear audience, the Director General of UNESCO indicates tolerance as an integral and essential element for the realization of human rights and the achievement of peace. Respected jury, it is the importance of education which changes mentality. Ladies and gentlemen, harmony exists where there is resonance and joy. There is peace between neighbors when they don't fight. Harmony to share jokes and gossip, potluck dinner and cocktail. To sum up, I would like to say that education is a rich area with many dozens of research centers and journals around the world. Peace studies has to be created to be a major in which students would choose courses from every discipline that would help them to focus on and understand humans' conflict at all the different levels and different forms. Before ending, in the words of the Bashish Rida, for peace, let us teach humanity, tolerance, and non-violence. Thank you.
The next competitor is Aqsa Farhad. And Imama Iftikhar, please come closer to the stage.
Honorable Chief Guest, worthy judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu Alaikum. Today, I'm here to enforce the beautiful discussion that effective education determines the best strategy in fostering peace, tolerance, and curbing the discrimination. Mr. President, peace education is introduced to encourage a culture of peace in opposition to a culture of violence. The goal of peace education is to prepare students to be responsible citizens who can analyze the roots of violence, act to improve the chances of peace, and are open to diversity, empathetic, and solidaristic both inside and beyond borders and social groupings. Maria Montessori said, and I quote, "Establishing lasting peace is the work of education. All politics can do is keep us out of the war," unquote. Dear fellows, peace is the way that helps us prevent iniquity and violence. It is no less than a golden ticket to enter a new and bright future for mankind. Moreover, everyone plays an essential role in it, so everybody can get a more equal and peaceful world. As Maria Montessori said, peace is what every human being is craving for, and it can be brought about by humanity through the child. Unquote. Dear fellows, numerous methods are done in peace learning. Some put their attention on fostering personal and social abilities, including emotional intelligence, control over the anger, empathy, collaboration, and compassion. Others, such as education for environment, human rights development, social justice, and cross-culture, concentrate on social, political, and cultural dimensions of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, it's asked if gender equality and peace are interconnected. Yes, gender equality is the #1 predictor of peace, more so than a state's wealth, level of democracy, or religious identity. The global study on UNSCR 1325 affirmed that preventing gender-based harm is critically linked to preventing armed violence. Strengthening women's human rights and gender equality is both a human rights obligation and also a key for the cultivation of peace from home to the world. Emmanuel Jal quotes, "Education is the only solution for peace." Respected jury, if we don't have peace and harmony, then achievement of political strength, cultural growth, and economic stability would be impossible. Moreover, before we transmit the notion of peace to others, it is vital for us to possess the peace within. It is not an individual's responsibility to possess peace, but everyone's duty. In the words of Louis Hay, when we create peace, harmony, and balance in our minds, we will find it in our lives. Dear audience, does education really promote peace and tolerance? The summit concept note recognizes education is the foundation for peace, tolerance, human rights, and other sustainable development. So prioritizing tolerance, education can help us promote peace, education, and human rights. Albert Einstein said, and I quote, "But laws alone can't secure freedom of expression. In order that every man may present his views without penalty, there must be a spirit of tolerance in the entire population." Unquote. Summing up, peace makes sense. We, humans, can survive if we make war on one another. In the past, the war was immoral, but for the most part, it actually impacted the combatants only. We need to make a new culture. We need to make a new language. We need to redefine the world only through peaceful learning, leading to eternal peace. Thank you.
Next competitor is Imama Iftikhar, and Fatma Mirza, please come closer to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, honorable teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. In the tapestry of humanity, a vibrant blend. Culture, faith, identity, threads that transcend. At the crossroads we stand, a pivotal chance. Knowledge and peace in a rhythmic dance. Yes, Mr. President, today on this platform, presenting my stance on the science topic, let us embark on our journey by quoting the words of Martin Luther King Jr. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Unquote. Respected audience, this quote directly illustrates the pivotal role of peace education in driving out the darkness of ignorance and hatred at all levels. Fostering understanding and love, removing social, cultural, and religious differences. Additionally, in Surah Al-Imran, Allah says, "And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether, and don't become divided."
This verse emphasizes unity, overcoming enmity, importance of holding on to the values, and developing faith in Allah in building a better world. Where did you read? In building a better world, conflict resolution and equality must be woven into the narratives of our educational pursuits. Because through this power of learning, we can sow the seeds of understanding for our peaceful environment at both national and international levels. Respected teachers, drawing inspiration from the Quranic verses, Surah Al-Hujarat, O mankind, indeed, we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Unquote. This verse beautifully explains the equality among the individuals. Let's reflect on the historical examples that resonates with these principles. Consider the life of Yusuf al-Islam, whose story exemplifies resilience in the face of family history and social conflicts. Treaty of Hudaybiyah beautifully demonstrate Prophet commitments to resolve conflicts, enhance peace through dialogue and peace. Where did you read? These examples show the richness of diverse faith, conflict resolution through diplomacy, and promoting equality through education and empowerment. Where did you read? Even in our country, the challenges like unemployment, terrorism, rising crises, and intolerance are affecting our youth. So, our shared responsibility demands here that together, through the power of education, we can build a world where peace is not just a dream, but a reality. As Rumi says, in the song of togetherness, tolerance leads the way. Harmony, peace, and wisdom, a melody that will stay. So, at the end, let's commit to embrace the differences with open hearts. As Rumi says, let's meet in the fields beyond right and wrong. Unquote. Also guided by the Quran's wisdom, let's make a commitment like a garden where flowers bloom together. Let's make a world where conflicts find peaceful resolution. Let's be the change we wish to see. Let's carry the torch of tolerance, harmonize our diverse notes for lasting peace. Together, we will create a world where ideals can be transformed into a reality, inshallah. Thank you.
The next competitor is Fatima Mirza. And Ahmed, please come closer to the stage.
In the words of Christine Gregoire, education is the foundation upon which we build our future. Today, I am thrilled to express my views on the profound connection between education and peace under the dynamic theme of education for lasting peace. Respectable dignitaries, honorable panel of judges, and my esteemed audience. Over the ages, history has offered us several lessons on the subject of barbarism and violence. It has witnessed the rise and fall of nations and the many wars and massacres which have caused great loss of life and morality. Amidst all such chaos and destruction, education has served as a beacon of light that has forged for us a path towards civilization and peace. Respectable judges, education holds the power to shape individuals and societies. It is more than a set of exams to be taken year after year. It is a process that allows individuals to grow holistically and to develop the right skills, attitudes, and values needed to navigate the modern world and to dismantle the walls of discrimination and racism. As it is said, preventing conflict is the work of politics. Establishing peace is the work of education. Seeking knowledge is a compulsion for all Muslim men and women. Dear audience, have you ever pondered the notion behind the emphasis Islam places on education?
Yes, it is because it alleviates the differences between cultures and races that have often been a cause for dispute. By teaching the right values, we can lead our societies and cultures to accept each other and to appreciate our diversity and unique traditions. Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Verily, there is no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab, or of a non-Arab over an Arab, or of a red man over a black man, or of a black man over a red man, except in terms of piety." Respectable judges, our great leader, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, was an advocate of education for peace, as he believed in the transformative impact of education and asserted that it is crucial for individual and national survival and prosperity. My opponents consider the indomitable spirit of Mr. Abdul Sattar Eidi, the founder of the Eidi Foundation in Pakistan, his unwavering commitment to providing education and healthcare to the marginalized, proves the strong impact of education on social welfare and peace. Without education, it is complete darkness, and with education, it is light. Education is a matter of life and death to our nation. Another name, Nelson Mandela, an icon of peace and reconciliation, promoted the power of education to break the shackles of prejudice and hatred in South Africa and the world. Honorable judges, how could we forget the role of education in women empowerment? Education has empowered women by breaking the cycle of violence and by fostering gender equality, challenging traditional norms, and promoting peaceful and inclusive communities. Muhtarma Fatma Jinnah, Begum Rana Liaquat Ali Khan, Nigar Johar, and many other prominent personalities portray the idea that education brings freedom, but with the responsibility to change the world. Dear audience, as we celebrate the International Day of Education, let us join hands and hearts to promote peace and development through education. Let us put aside individual and provincial differences. In a world where Muslim countries are still marred by conflict and violence, where nations grapple with the scars of war, where societies face the devastating consequences of discord, the beacon of hope lies in embracing the principles of learning for peace. By providing individuals with a well-rounded education that exposes them to new cultures, perspectives, and experiences, we can break down the stereotypes that fuel violence. So let us accept the kinetic power of education on our journey toward a world characterized by understanding, harmony, and enduring peace. In the echoes where chaos schemes its reign, peace haters claim that tyranny is the gain. Yet I stand firm with words unfurled, declaring education the true power in this world.
The next competitor is Ahmed Azizur Rahman, and Anfal, please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Lead me from death to life, from darkness to light. Lead me from despair to hope, from war to peace. Lead me from hate to love, from fear to trust. Let peace fill our hearts, our world, our universe. Peace, peace, peace. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Ahmed Aziz of GIK College, and today I stand before you to talk on the topic learning for lasting peace. But the world as we know it now is a world in crisis. Wars, poverty, hunger, disease, pandemics, crimes, social and religious upheaval, hunger, infant mortality, global warming, I have run out of fingers, and deforestation are leading to conflict on a global stage. and it's threatening our existence as never before. So, where lies the solution and how can learning lead to lasting peace? Well, that's why I'm here. In the kaleidoscope of human history, learning emerges as a beacon in illuminating the path towards lasting peace. Consider the Renaissance, where the revival of knowledge ushered in an era of understanding, and it led to a peaceful world. Of course, in the crucible of learning, minds are liberating. Well, fast forward to 21st century. Education is not merely a pursuit. It's a global currency connecting hearts and minds across gender, caste, creed, religion, and borders. In a partisan world where conflicts can exacerbate and spiral out control, it is imperative to stress peaceful resolution to avoid carnage. Well, by educating and inculcating the spirit of peaceful resolution, it is undoubtful for us that we will form a less volatile world. Let's take the example of international exchange programs as an example. Oh, I messed up, okay. Let's take international exchange programs as an example. What do? They exemplify the transcendent power of education. Individuals armed with knowledge transcend cultural boundaries and cultivate sympathy. This is how we form peace. Now, let's go forward. Honorable judges, let's go forward, okay? In our collective odyssey towards lasting peace, the principle of equality emerges as a fundamental block. Well, equality comes in everything, may it be racial equality, social equality, or gender equality. Gender equality, though much touched, much mentioned, much talked about, but seldom practiced. Discrimination is a social menace which has crept into our societies for many years. No, for many decades. When a community reaches gender equality, everyone enjoys the same privilege in literally everything, may it be occupation, education, or health, because through gender equality we can form a new level of development and progress, and this will lead us to lasting peace. Let us heed the words of the Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala Yousafzai. She said, "We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back." Mr. President, it does not end here. Our quest for peace lies in the promotion of cross-religion peace. This is a big world with lots of different beliefs and cultures, and it's really important to appreciate the mix of ideas that connects us all like one big human family. Our founding father, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, articulated in his famous last speech before the independence of Pakistan. He said, "You are free. You are free to go to your mosques, you are free to go to your temples, or to any other place of worship in this state of Pakistan. You may belong to any religion, any caste, or any creed, but that has nothing to do with the business of the state." So, I'm going to talk about now. Now is the time when we need civilized interfaith dialogue the most. My dear fellows, as the new year dawns, we need to understand this, that xenophobia, insularity, racism still persist in our society, and that persistence is rooted in the fears of what is different, fear of the loss of personal security. This is Ahmed Aziz signing off. I thank you all and peace out.
The next competitor is Anfal. And Mahroush, please come closer to the stage.
In a world that rages with explosions, gunfire, screams, and cries, where Syrian civil war goes, Israeli-Palestinian turmoil roars, peace bleeds in Yemen, Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, and what else, Mr. President? This grim list grows with Iran and Pakistan. In such a world, I confidently compose my speech and speak of a tranquil state where the conflicts are effectively resolved, where stability and cooperation sustain. I share ways of learning of lasting peace.
Mr. President, and dear audience, Anfal Khalid Jamal from GIK College stands before you to speak now. Mr. President, we are surrounded by an immense humanitarian crisis, political instability, geopolitical tension, security issues, but who cares, Mr. President, who cares? In this world of lasting conflict, will lasting peace ever evolve? Can we be the visionaries emerging from the shadows, driven by unwavering belief in the possibility of lasting peace? I wonder, because achieving lasting peace whilst addressing underlying root conflicts, promoting justice, fostering diplomacy, and establishing mechanisms for the ongoing dialogue and cooperation among communities and nations. Is it possible, Mr. President? Yes, it is. Allah says in the Quran, "Nasrun min Allahi wa fathun qareeb." But this myriad conflict across the globe necessitate a collective commitment to diplomatic dialogue, international cooperation, and humanitarian aid. Mr. President, yes, see the beauty of the human heart. See the efforts of the Foundation for Human Peace, Bishop Foundation standing up for gender equality internationally. European Union is a huge symbol of peace, enduring peace in Western Europe after World War II. In the pursuit of lasting peace, the seeds of change are sown in our homes and neighborhoods. It is within these walls that we mold the architects of a more tolerant and empathetic future. The foundation for a harmonious world begins with the actions of individuals. Our homes are crucibles of values. It is where compassion and understanding can be instilled. By fostering an environment that values diversity and encourages open dialogue, we equip our youth with the tools necessary for peace building. Similarly, our neighborhood serves as microcosms. Interconnection with neighbors from different communities. Similarly, our neighborhood serves as microcosms. Social interaction with neighbors from different backgrounds offer opportunities to bridge divides and dispel misconceptions. Through community initiatives, youth can effectively engage in promoting cooperation, understanding, and a shared sense of responsibility. As our youth steps into the school, they carry the lessons learned at home. Schools are crucibles of knowledge. They have the power to shape the attitudes and perspectives. Curriculums emphasizing interfaith harmony, cultural appreciation, and conflict resolution can mold students to advocate for peace. Value education, social and emotional intelligence bring empathy and compassion to fight the disordinate patients. As John Lennon observes, I quote, "Peace is not something you wish for, it is something you make, something you do, and something you give away." I unquote. So, beyond the classroom, societal engagement becomes pivotal. Our youth, armed with an education rooted in tolerance, ventures into communities where the actions ripple through the fabrics of society. Embracing gender equality is not merely a moral imperative, but a strategic necessity. We must prioritize empowering women, dismantling gender-based discrimination, and promoting inclusive policies. In the garden of hope, sow seeds of grace. Where empathy blooms, conflicts finds no place. With hearts aligned in unity's release, we inscribble the world with the will for lasting peace. I thank you all.
The next competitor is Mahroush. And Abdul Rahman, please come closer to the stage.
Peace will come the day we forget how to drop the bombs or make the guns. When we get along underneath
the same old sun, singing songs in hooliganism, no matter we are from. Yes, peace will come, pray before the day is done. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum everyone, this is me, Mahrosh Alam Khan from GRK College. In a world filled with conflicts and divisions, what do you think is most important and powerful in promoting peace? Is it the power of education and knowledge, or is it the strength of weapons and force? Well, I believe it is the power of education and knowledge. And I think most of you will definitely agree with me too, right? So my dear audience, in this tapestry of faiths, let us weave a symphony of understanding. Let our hearts be open to the melodies of different beliefs, for it is through interfaith harmony that we find the rhythm of peace. As Prophet Muhammad ﷺ once said, an Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab, nor does a non-Arab have any superiority over an Arab. A white has no superiority over a black, nor does a black have any superiority over a white, except by piety and good action. So let us embrace the power of learning for lasting peace. Mr. President, when storms of discord brew, let us be the beacons of peace. Armed with knowledge and wisdom, we can navigate the tempestuous seas of conflict. As John Dewey quoted, education is not the preparation for life, education is the life itself. So let us learn the art of resolution, the dance of compromise, and the language of empathy, for in these lessons we shall find the path to serenity, where swords are sheathed and hearts are mended. So let us embrace the power of learning for lasting peace. Mr. President, in the symphony of equality, let every voice be heard. Let the power of education break the chains that bind and liberate the spirits of men and women alike. Oh, someone wisely said, peace is not something you wish for. It is something you make, something you do, something you are, and something you give away. So through learning, we shall dismantle the walls of prejudice and create a world where every soul can soar. For when gender knows no bounds, peace shall know no limits. So let us embrace the power of learning for lasting peace. Remember the words of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, whoever believes on Allah in the last day should speak good or remain silent. Oh, my dear audience, when I talk about learning for lasting peace, I think it's important to consider some distinctive affairs currently going on in this planet of ours. One of the examples is, of course, the Israeli-Palestinian and the Kashmiri conflicts, which have been ongoing for decades, resulting in immense suffering and loss of human lives. Take, for instance, the plight of a country like Syria, where conflicts have torn apart communities and left countless lives shattered. And I cannot overlook the struggles faced by a country like Afghanistan, where education has been suppressed, especially for girls. So tell me, Mr. President, is it not the irony of humanity that how we have the potential to achieve great things, yet we find ourselves caught up in conflicts and divisions? But guess what, my dear audience? We have the power to change that narrative, from religious intolerance to interfaith harmony, from unresolved conflict to conflict resolution, from unrest to equality, from racism, xenophobia, and hate speech to love, integration, and counter speech. So yes, knowledge truly is power, my dear audience, and together we can make a difference. From the depths of strife we shall rise, seeking knowledge, reaching the skies. In classrooms and hearts, let conflict cease, embracing learning for lasting peace. Thank you so much.
The next participant is Hashir. And Sarah Nisar, please come closer to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Peace we achieve when we do not expect anything from the world, but only give, give and give unconditionally what we have and what we are. Assalamu alaikum, Mr. President. It's me, Muhammad Hashir, on the behalf of APS Mardan. Today, I'm here to deliver a speech on the topic, learning for lasting peace. Mr. President, learning for lasting peace is extremely important. As we know that wars destroy development of social and economic fabric of a nation. Our world needs peace more than ever. Yet, conflict, rising inequalities, persistent injustice, humanity's war on nature, and a global financial system that is outdated. Mr. President, dysfunctional and unfair are blocking the paths of peace. This year theme reminds us that peace is not automatic. Peace is an action. Action to accelerate the progress towards sustainable development. Action that is a national gift. Action to end the war. Action to uphold and protect the rights of each and every person. Action to use the timeless tools of collaboration, dialogue, and collaborative. Mr. President, this is the action for those millions of people who are living through horror of war. Today, I stand before you to emphasize importance of education as a catalyst for lasting peace. Mr. President, education empowers an individual with knowledge, perspective broadening, and dispelling darkness of. It promotes empathy, ignorance, and understanding. Let us lay the foundation for furious and peaceful circumstances. Mr. President, look at my current situation from previous 4 centuries. My Muslim world is bleeding. My Muslims are bleeding. My Karbala is bleeding. My Palestine is bleeding. My Kashmir is bleeding. My soul is bleeding. And my heart is bleeding. Mr. President, each and every Muslim in the world is bleeding. The only solution to all of them is peace, peace, and peace. Let us come together to learn to last peace. Let us play our roles. It's the time to debate. It's the time to cooperate. It's the time to show. It's the time to prove. And it's the time to let our pursuit be a beacon of knowledge for the world characterized by peace. And it's the time to lay the foundation for peaceful and furious and harmonious future for our future generations. Thank you.
The next competitor is Sara Nisar. And Amna, please come closer to the stage for your turn.
Greetings. I heard the people screaming. I saw. Greetings. I heard the people screaming. I saw the people weeping, burning, bleeding, and dying, who were having hunger in their eyes for peace, who just wanted peace. Everywhere we look today, we can see the advancement of man, how the human mind has basically invented, created, and built a whole new world. Yet, strangely, every time I have been in the field, I have wondered how the same human mind allows the exploitation of children all across the world, where girls are being denied to go to school, where children living without clean water, medical care, protection, and even food. Where they are targets of war, where the bodies are unprotected from violence every day. Horrifying images are flashed across our screens. So many things flying through the air. The human race is the common receptor. Mr. President, people of the world, we ask you to join us today to become the collective voice of the oppressed ones all across the world who are screaming, we want peace. Peace means societal friendship and harmony in the absence of austerity and violence. Peace? Peace is not a destination, it's a journey we embark upon together. Only the dead have seen the end of war.
haven't you heard the Palestinians, Syrians, and the Syrians saying, please, peace, can you come to our world? This is because the UN has become a toothless tiger at the hands of superpowers, especially the United States of America. It has done nothing, Mr. President, nothing against Israel. Rather, it has provided a cover to Israel. Why? Why? Might is right. If you want to learn how to last peace forever, then you must build trust, because trust is the keystone of peace. Peace can be achieved by ensuring rule of law within a country or world. Equality, Mr. President, equality of mighty and weak before law in a state is key to peace, for it prevents the exploitation of the weak at the hands of the wealthy and influential person. Promotes social and economic justice, punishes the wrongdoer. Mr. President, same is the position of weak and powerful states of the world. If Israel is punished for its aggression and war crimes against the Palestinians, and an independent Palestinian state is established, then peace can prevail in the Middle East. Otherwise, we are standing on the brink of third world war, which can annihilate the entire global population. Prevalence of justice, punishing the wrongdoer for its wrongs and crimes, a must for achieving peace in a state. Peaceful coexistence, religious harmony, respecting the religious beliefs of others can help us to live peacefully in today's nuclear world. Mr. President, it's humanity that we have lost, it's cruelty that we need not, it's hatred that has filled our minds, it's love that we have always fought, it's harmony that we desire to bring, but there's not much. There's not much that we have got. So come out and break the bonds in which you are caught, and join hands for the cause of peace by just making a crying child laugh. I thank you.
Our next competitor is Amna. And Zarguna, please come forward to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Starting with the great name of Allah, the bestower of mercy, the king and owner of dominion. Mr. President and all the audience of this auspicious gathering, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, the sky is crying, the shores are weeping, the land is quaking, the world is screaming, but we're not believing because our blind eyes are open to reaching the planet. I'm here to enlighten a very powerful concept, that is learning for lasting peace. Mr. President, let's imagine an endless war with a destructive and devastating force without rules, means, or literacy of minds. Astonishing, Mr. President, as it sounds chaotic, horrifying, and tragic, as it can change the life into death and the world to ashes in seconds. But this will never happen until we learn. Because peace isn't about avoiding conflicts, but Mr. President, it's all about navigating through wisdom and learnings to find a sense of balance even in the uncertain situations, flourishing the peace into society. Mr. President, being a believer, I can prove that learning and peace goes hand in hand, as in Quran Allah says, the servants of the most merciful are those who walk upon the earth in humanity, and when the ignorant addresses them, they say peace. They say peace. Mr. President, this highlights that we should learn Islam, learn humanity, learn to be good, and learn to bring peace. Mr. President, every being should learn, as it's not the duty of some individual leaders or readers, because learning is what brings positivity, open minds, broadens perspectives, shows discipline, transcends boundaries, and unites humanities. Mr. President, the universal meaning of peace defines a state which provides the inner satisfaction and which has entered its positive influence on the outer environment. But in our country, it is just flying in our dreams and has been created a dilemma. Uncertainty, insecurity, instability, inequality, dishonesty, disintegrity, and suppressibility have damaged our positivity, ability, creativity, majority, and productivity, and the state and the stigma of thoughts. Mr. President, peace I desire the most. It's peace that I pursue. Where is peace to be found? There is only peace in you. Rest is what your peace gives. You are the Prince of Peace. That's all the mystery of learning for lasting peace. That's all, Mr. President. So let's learn. Let's continue to support and prioritize all kinds of learnings that can change the ignorance to enlightenments. Let's contribute our part. I would leave the stage by saying that let's learn. Let's learn for those forgotten children who want education, for those frightened children who want peace, for those voiceless children who want change. Let us embrace the education and knowledge as the foundation for a harmonious and peaceful world. Believe me, together we can make a great difference. Thank you.
Our second last competitor is Zarguna. And Maheen, please come closer to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the words of Dalai Lama, world peace must develop from inner peace. Peace is not just the mere absence of violence, but peace is, I think, the manifestation of human compassion. My Lord, let us be honest with the audience. Every person, regardless of caste, creed, religion, or nationality they belong to, they always and always desires for peace. Dear audience, imagine a world where knowledge and understanding are the cornerstone of diplomacy, where conflicts are resolved through empathy and understanding rather than oppression and violence. This is the vision that we strive and seek for, and this is only through education. This is only through education that we can sow the seeds of lasting peace. My Lord, turning our attention to the circumstances of Palestine and Kashmir, we cannot ignore the pain and suffering that their people face, particularly their children, on a daily basis. The screams of anguish and the cries of peace depicts the urgent need for resolution to the long-standing conflict that has plagued this region for decades and centuries. Just think of those innocent children who are yearning for nothing more than a peaceful environment and a peaceful future, free from the burden of violence and turmoil. Their yearning of peace is palpable. Dear audience, isn't this our moral obligation, our duty, our responsibility to stand up and fight and rise for those innocent children? But not just them, all those who suffer in the face of senseless conflicts. But it's not about those infighting of lands. Even in our neighborhood, there do exist some children who are forgotten. This calls for action, for tangible steps, for movement, for act towards education, towards progress, and towards speech. It's a call to world leaders as well. I challenge each and one of you to think of a war, an endless war that is driven by an devastating foes and relentless hostility. The toll it makes on the innocent and the destruction it sows in its wake and the fragility of human spirit, it can turn the world to ashes just in seconds. Can we stand by and allow such devastation to continue? Or do we stand up, united and determined to make a change that will echo to the annals of time? As Mahatma Gandhi once said, an eye for an eye always ends up making the whole world blind. We must deny the cycle of retribution and revenge and grasp the opportunity of learning and understanding. We must forget the past, forgive the present, and lay the foundation of future where peace reigns supreme. This vision can become a reality through education and understanding. In the words of Albert Einstein, peace cannot be cut by any foes. It can only be achieved by understanding. What happens, Mr. President, when we recognize interconnectedness of peace and learning? It becomes clear that investing in education becomes an investment in our future collective goals, our shared harmony, our shared peace, and our collective empathy. In closing, I urge you all to let us carry these words with us as we not strive for the impossible, but for the attainable. Thank you so much.
The last competitor of English Speech Contest 2024 is Maheen.
Education is the key to unlocking the world. It is the passport to freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and advocates for a better world, I am Anam Maheen from Bahria College, Zafar Campus. Today, I stand before you to passionately advocate for a cause that transcends politics, borders, and ideologies, learning for lasting peace. In a world marred by divisions and strife, education emerges as the beacon that guides us toward a future of harmony. Understanding and enduring peace, let's delve into the transformative power of education in promoting interfaith harmony, conflict resolution, understanding, peace, gender equality, tolerance, and explore compelling examples that underscores the urgency of this pursuit. First, let's talk about interfaith harmony. Consider the example of Abraham Path Initiative, an educational project that promotes walking trails across the Middle East, retracing the footsteps of Abraham, revered by Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. By educating individuals, but about the shared heritage and values among these faiths. The initiative fosters mutual understanding, breaking down stereotypes and fostering connection that transcends religious divides. Now, come to the conflict resolution. Education. Education is the antidote to ignorance, a key factor in many conflicts. A look to the Seeds of Peace program, bringing together youth from regions of historical conflict through workshops and dialogues. A young mind learns from mistakes, and human experience are the ones that bind them. These educational investigations plant the seeds for future leaders committed to resolving conflicts through understanding rather than just perpetuating them through ignorance. The next is gender equality. Let's turn our attention to the transformative impact of education on gender equality. The Let Girls Learn initiative, championed by various organizations, focuses on the program for providing girls worldwide with great education, a quality education, and giving them access without any limitation and stuff. By breaking down barriers that limit opportunities for those. We empower them to contribute meaningful to the communities, challenging traditional norms and fostering a more inclusive, harmonious society. Tolerance. In a world marked by diversity, education becomes the cornerstone of tolerance. The Teaching Tolerance program, schools, is a prime example by incorporating inclusive curricula and promoting dialogue on issues related to race, religion, and social justice. It equips students with the tools to appreciate differences. This kind of education plants the seeds of tolerance, cultivating generations capable of diversity without fear or prejudice. In conclusion, learning for lasting peace is not a mere slogan. It is a call to action. The examples we've explored demonstrates that education can be a powerful source for a positive change. And as we advocate for educational initiatives promoting interfaith harmony, conflict resolution, gender equality, and tolerance, we become architects of our own future. We design it by ourselves. In the last, I would say, a lasting peace is a work of education. Establish a lasting peace in the work of education. Say cool.
Our honorable judges are compiling the final results. I would like to call our chief guest, the chairman of Federal Board, Intermediate and Secondary Education, for a few words.
थोड़ा सा मैं background दे दूंगा and I'll be using both languages, Urdu and English together. A little background of the World International Day being observed, celebrated in the world every year. This time, this is the 6th day annual, which is being observed 24th of January every year. And let me inform you that for the very first time in Pakistan, it is being observed at the level of the Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training. हर साल इसके themes set होते हैं every year. Now the theme for this year, International Day, which is falling on 24th, which is tomorrow, is learning for lasting peace. A very powerful, a very important topic. Or I'm so happy that all the 48 participants enlightened us all with their ideas and very powerful messaging through their speeches, very important points for educating us. To sum up the few points here which we heard throughout the day, almost 3.5 hours now. तो अगर मैं उसको थोड़ा सा again sub topics में मैं चला जाऊं, तो there is no doubt at all that peace can only be brought to the society, to the country, to the world, and in our own area of influence, your houses, your homes, your streets, your mohalla. without education. And I love the sentence used by most of the speakers that education and peace go together. That they are hands and gloves. If there is education, there will be peace. लेकिन फिर बंदा सोचता है कि if it is so, then why educated people promote hatred, wars? Why we see wars around us? Why we see conflicts around us? तो जाहिर है जब those who understand वो अपने आप को refrain रखते हैं from indulging into conflicts. लेकिन those who are in the conflicts, I won't call them educated people, frankly speaking. So the both visible and invisible, ये जो in the world you see, it's divided by the conflicts, and you see around your globe. तो आप देख रहे हैं in one region of the world there would be conflict, some between the states, somewhere within the state. आप देख रहे हैं, you are observing it, क्योंकि अब we are living in a global village. No more away or living at a distance from others. Rather, it's a global village. The world has become a global village. तो यहाँ पर मैं एक important point ये कहूँगा कि the role of technology in bringing peace is very important. Had there been no advancement in technology, probably we would not have been able to even know about the conflicts or disturbances in some parts of the world or in our own country as well. So this plays a very important role in and from where the technology comes, again the learning education. And today most of the speakers tried to explore learning in its broadest sense can be powerful catalyst for cultivating and sustaining peace. ये आपके बहुत सारे speakers ने इस पर focus किया. And I'm so happy to know about the intellectual level of our students कि वो इस topic पे बोल रहे हैं. Though the topic to me was so easy, but it was highly important. ये तमाम other मामलात के लिए एक opening है, and that is the foremost important thing. So the role of education in peace building, at the heart of lasting peace, like education, education is not merely process of acquiring knowledge. ये कुछ हमारे speakers ने बताया भी कि it's not just acquiring knowledge. It's an essential tool for understanding. Essential tool for understanding, tolerance, harmony, interfaith harmony, and most important, which I like the most, empathy. There are two words used: sympathy, sympathizing with someone, but there is another word, empathy, right? And I hope you all understand empathy. Putting yourself in someone's shoes, thinking alike, so that is empathy. So it's about shaping minds and attitudes. When education instills value of mutual respect and understanding, it actually lays the groundwork for peaceful societies. Then another important point could be incorporating peace education in our curriculum. So it's like an eye-opener for the policymakers to include peacemaking efforts and peacemaking in our curriculum. Our curriculum should be framed in such a manner which promotes peace, tolerance, and harmony. A very important tool, a very important. So to realize this, we must incorporate peace education into our curricula. And this is what has been done in you would soon see your new curricula of 22, which is being implemented from next year. Very soon you would see a lot of changes into your curriculum which promotes peace, harmony, tolerance, जो कि ज़रूरत है आजकल की. So this means going beyond traditional subjects. ये हमारे जो traditional subjects हैं ना, of what you are being taught in your schools, or you opt for it, so it would be a bit different than your traditional subjects. And it involves teaching what? Conflict resolution, critical thinking, and global citizenship. So it's about helping students understand the complexity of global issues. Like most of you talked about Palestine and some other parts of the world where conflicts is going on. So that would give you more understanding the complexities of the global issues and their roles in a peaceful manner. Then the learning from history. ये भी एक बहुत सारे बच्चों ने they raised this point. Learning from history. What we learn from history. What good or bad the conflicts brought to the world. यानी जो जंगें हुई तो उसका फायदा क्या हुआ? क्या destruction हुई या कहीं construction हुई? So that has to be seen, and we have to learn from the history. So that was a very important point. Okay, learning from history, building the future. So you learn from history and you build your future. So we must also use education to reflect on history, understanding the mistakes of our past, the roots of conflicts, and the cost of wars is very vital. This historical insight guides us in building a more peaceful future for ourselves, for our generations. Then the global citizenship, I earlier mentioned, we are living in a global village. So global citizenship and cultural understanding, unless and until you understand the cultures, the different culture in the world, you understand that different religions in the world, unless and until you understand that, there could not be any religious harmony even in your own society also. So you have to understand these culture and being global citizen. So our world is interconnected like never before, and we all know this. This is a fact. You cannot deny this fact. So educating our youth as global citizens की जो requirements हैं, एक तो अपने मुल्क के शहरी बने ना. What are the requirements and responsibilities of a very good citizen of a country? So you need to understand how good we can become the global citizen as well. This is highly important. Aware of our responsibilities and empathetic is non-negotiable. So we must encourage cultural exchanges and understanding, breaking down the barriers of ignorance, and that often leads to the conflicts. So you develop the understanding, you can avoid conflicts. आप बाकी दुनिया को तो छोड़ें, अपने मुल्क के अंदर this diversity of culture, उसको भी understand करना ज़रूरी है. To understand, and we have 4 provinces, 2 areas, Gilgit-Baltistan and Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and the 4 provinces. All वो एक गुलदस्ता है, जिस तरह ये है, डिफरेंट फ्लावर्स आर हेयर, तो डिफरेंट कल्चर्स, पख्तूनों का अपना कल्चर होगा, सिंधी का अपना कल्चर, बलोचियों का. सो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड ये डिफरेंट कल्चर्स इवन इन योर ओन कंट्री, बट ऑल्सो globally also. Only then, once you have this understanding, so that would reduce conflicts. ये फिर conflicts नहीं बनेंगे, because you would be respecting each other. एक दूसरे के culture को respect करते, understanding बढ़ेगी, तो conflicts resolve होते जाएंगे. Of course, challenges तो हैं. So how to meet those challenges? So we admit that this path is not easy. मैं बता रहा हूँ, it's not that easy. It's a very difficult path. There are challenges, political, cultural, and ideological. But these challenges are not surmountable. These challenges can be met. These challenges can be tackled. जो मैंने अभी पहले बात की, if you develop that understanding. So with the dedicated efforts, collaboration, and a shared vision, we can transform our educational systems to be the beacon of peace. The next would be the success stories and the hope. ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. जिस तरह मैंने कहा कि recalling the history, learning from the past mistakes. Similarly, across the globe, there are shining examples of how education has fostered peace in the troubled regions. ये भी बात हुई in one of the speech of a speaker कि education has fostered peace in the troubled regions. These stories fuel our hope and show us the path forward and guide us towards the future. In the conclusion, the call for action for us, for all of us, and for especially the institutions and our teachers would be, and the policymakers equally, educators, parents, and students to embrace the concept of learning for lasting peace, जो कि आज का हमारा टॉपिक भी था. Let's invest in education that builds bridges, heals wounds, and nurtures a generation of peacemakers. So, and our future depends on it. At the end, I must give you some perspective of our own religion. हमारा मजहब हमें क्या सिखाता है? क्या हमारा मजहब हमें वॉर्स की तरफ लेके जा रहा है, या हमारा मजहब हमें पीस की तरफ लेके जा रहा है? Don't forget this. As a Muslims or other religions as well, if they exist, जिसके साथ हमने हार्मनी में रहना है, जिसको इंटरफेथ हार्मनी कहेंगे, तो ये मत भूलिएगा कि हमारा रिलीजन इस्लाम promotes peace, and it is because of a religion 3,000 years back that brought peace in the world and promoted peace in the world, advocated peace in the world, and it will keep on doing that till the end of the world, the last day of the world. This message would continue, and there would be more researches on our religion, and more people would know about the importance of this religion, which, and the last prophet of Allah, Muhammad, peace be upon him, who brought peace in the world, who promoted, advocated peace, and through the knowledge, through education. So I thank you all for participating in this important event, which marks the observance of our World Education Day. Inshallah, in future also, हम इसी तरह international days और Women Day आता है, international days different in the world. All these days are observed throughout the world. आप लोगों तो सिर्फ एक चीज़ से वाकिफियत शायद रखते हो कि Father Day है, Mother Day है. I don't know इसमें कितनी सदाकत है कि whether it's actually being observed throughout the world officially or not, but I also receive messages from my children okay, today is a Father Day, you are a lovely father, this and that. So, but there are more important topics जिस पर internationally, globally इसको observe किया जाता है और इसका एक मकसद क्या है? It's a commitment from us कि yes, we acknowledge, we understand, and we endorse what is globally being said about a theme, a topic, whether it's peace, whether it's acquiring more knowledge, whether it's acquiring your advancement in education, adopting the new education. हमारे तालीमी निज़ाम पर criticism बहुत obsolete है, not up to the mark है, standards नहीं है, internationally compete नहीं कर सकते, and so on and so forth. So what we can do is, ऐसी भी बात नहीं है, ये कुछ perceptions होती हैं, कुछ, लेकिन ये भी कुछ न कुछ सदाकत ज़रूर इसमें होगी. But I can assure you, the government is aware of it, and that's the reason कि your curriculum is updated. अब local context भी देखना पड़ता है locally, लेकिन साथ साथ international जो standards हैं उनको भी meet करने की कोशिश की जाती है. और इंशाल्लाह ये जो अभी true sense में हमने 2006 curriculum को implement किया after a very long time, I say apologies for this long delay of how many years? 2006, and we started in 2022 rather. 21 से हमने implement true sense में किया, taking the children out of the traditional rote memorization, recall, towards conceptual learning and understanding, और जिसको जो actual essence of the curriculum was to develop the skills of critical thinking, analytical skills, and problem solving by the children themselves. तो उसकी तरफ हमारी कोशिश है आपको लेके जाएं. Further improvement आएगी, वक्त के साथ साथ आएगी, and inshallah I can assure you that your new curricula of 2022, which is going to be implemented inshallah very soon, which is not something, a paradigm shift from the existing curriculum. कोई shift नहीं है, major नहीं है, लेकिन updation of your existing curricula, so there will be no burden on it. So please don't get into discussions on this important topic. Yes, you must ask questions, engage with your teachers, with your institutions, but I can assure it's going to be very helpful for all of you. Thank you very much. Or last sentence, you are all winners. For me, you all, those who participated, those who had the courage to come and speak here, is it working? ये जो public speaking है, it's your skill. So develop the skill of public speaking. And एक secret बताऊं? This will help you throughout your life, your practical life. When you appear for interviews, seeking jobs, inshallah one day, this skill of public speaking will help you a lot. And that would be the key to the success. So thank you very much.
जवेरिया, जवेरिया।
जी अम्मा।
अभी तक पढ़ाई कर रही हो? जाओ जाओ, जाके कपड़े उतार कर लाओ छत से।
तो पढ़ने देना, स्कूल तो जाना है।
जाती हो या नहीं? जाओ।
जा रही हूँ, हमेशा काम देती रहती।
तुमने पढ़ के कौन सा कमाल कर लेना है? मेरी तरह झाड़ू ही लगाना है। शान से, तुम क्या इधर बैठी खेल रही हो? जाओ तो जाके कोई काम करो।
अच्छा अम्मी जा रही, हर वक्त गुस्सा करती रहती।
एक तो सारे काम मुझे ही करने पड़ते हैं, किसी को कोई फिक्र ही नहीं है।
ठक ठक ठक, घर में कोई है?
हाँ हाँ, आ रही हूँ। अब दरवाजा भी मैं ही खोलूं?
बाजी आपका खत आया।
खत?
बाजी साइन तो कर दें।
वो क्या होता है?
आप पढ़ी लिखी नहीं है?
नहीं।
फिर यहाँ पे अंगूठा लगा दें। बाजी यहाँ नहीं है। कमाल है, आजकल के जमाने में भी ऐसे लोग मौजूद हैं।
किसका खत आ गया? किससे पढ़वाऊं? पता नहीं क्या लिखा है इसमें। अरे बहन सुनना।
हाँ, मुझे बुलाया।
क्या तुम पढ़ी लिखी हो?
पूरी एक जुमात पढ़ी हूँ।
बताना जरा क्या लिखा है।
मैं भी तुम्हें पढ़ के बताती हूँ। अरे बहन, इसमें तो बहुत छोटा सा लिखा है, मुझे सही से नजर नहीं आता। मैं अपना चश्मा लेकर आती हूँ।
अच्छा। ये बहन चश्मा लेने गई है या बनाने गई है? किसी और से पूछना पड़ेगा। अरे बहन सुनना।
जी।
क्या तुम पढ़ी लिखी हो?
जी, पूरी 4 जमात पढ़ी हूँ।
बताना जरा क्या लिखा है।
मैं आपको बताती हूँ पढ़ के। इसमें कुछ तो लिखा है। इसमें कुछ तो लिखा है। ओ, मेरा फ़ोन आ रहा है, मैं आपको फ़ोन सुन के आती हूँ, फिर बताती हूँ। शुक्र है जान।
अब ये भी चली गई। अरे बहन सुनना।
जी जी, मुझे बुलाया?
जी जी आपको।
वैसे तो आप मुझे कोई काम बताती हैं, आज कैसे याद आ गई मैं?
क्या आप पढ़ी लिखी हैं?
हाँ, पूरी 5 जमातें पढ़ी है मैंने।
बताना जरा क्या लिखा है।
इसको क्या पता, मुझे तो पढ़ने ही नहीं आता। अरे बहन, इसमें तो कोई बुरी खबर है।
हाय अल्लाह, बुरी खबर?
हाँ, ये अंग्रेजी में लिखा है, आपको समझ नहीं आएगी। ये ले पकड़ने में जाम, पहले बहुत काम है।
अच्छा, पता नहीं क्या लिखा है इसमें। काश मैंने भी थोड़ा पढ़ लिया आता तो ये मुश्किल ना होती। हाय हाय, ये मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ।
अम्मी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अम्मी मैं आ गई। अम्मी मैं आ गई, किधर
हाँ हाँ आओ।
ये क्या है अम्मी?
ये डाकिया खत दे कर गया।
अच्छा।
पता नहीं क्या लिखा है इसमें।
अम्मी, ये खत तो नाना की तरफ से आया है। इसमें नानी का भी बताया उन्होंने। आप लोगों को और कोई काम नहीं है दूसरों के घर टाका चापी करने के अलावा? जी, अब आप लोग प्लीज़ जाइए यहाँ से। अम्मी, इसमें उन्होंने हमें हमारे लिए सलाम भेजा है और अपनी खैरियत का बताया है।
वो तो कह रही थी इसमें कोई बुरी खबर है।
तो उनको तो पढ़ने नहीं आता, आपको नहीं मालूम?
अच्छा, शाबाश मेरी बेटी, तुम जितना चाहोगी मैं तुम्हें इंशाल्लाह उतना पढ़ाऊंगी। आज मुझे पता चला कि तालीम हासिल करना कितना ज़रूरी है।
शुक्रिया।
अस्सलामुअलैकुम, मेरा नाम सजल ईमान है और मैं पीक स्कूल की तालिबे इल्म हूँ। जैसा कि आपने इस ड्रामे में देखा कि तालीम हासिल करना हमारे लिए कितना ज़रूरी है। ज़िंदगी के हर मोड़ में हमें पढ़ाई कर मुश्किलात का सामना करना पड़ता है, इसलिए हमें चाहिए कि हम तालीम ज़रूर हासिल करें। शुक्रिया।
Now, let's come to the third position holder from the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, our participants are so talented, who can be so versatile. They can do their job really well, and that's proven in right front of you. Now, I request you to put your hands together for our third position holder, Abdul Rahman from Rangers Cadet College. The second position holder is Ishfaq Khan, APS Fort Road. And the first position holder is Alize Ahmed, ASF School, Islamabad. I congratulate and appreciate the position holders and their parents and teachers who have put faith, hope, and love together and have raised a positive person in a society. Thank you so much, sir. Now, please, I request you all, please stand up for national anthem. Please, some students come here for national anthem. Any two or three?
पाक सरजमीन शाद किशोरे हसीन शाद तू निशाने अज़्मे आली शान से पाकिस्तान मरकज़े यकीन शाद पाक सरजमीन का निज़ाम कुव्वते कौम मुल्क सल्तनत पाइंदा ताबिंदाबाद शादबाद मंज़िले मुराद परचमे सितारों हिलाल रहबरे तरक्की हो कमाल तर्जुमाने माज़ी शाने हाल जाने इस्तक़बाल साया खुदाए ज़ुल्फ़िकार